summary of the last one.
I can do it,
You
kind
got it.
of.
Not a lot happened.
No, we checked back in at the Minder colony and reported on our success blowing up the pirate ship that had been raiding them. Got paid, picked up Mig, who really wanted to get the fuck out of that place.
Yeah, Mig was a bit sleepy and tired.
Uh, yeah, yeah. A lot of talking, which apparently is a big deal for him, like using vocal cords and stuff. So we headed back to the sea, and we were given a selection of jobs to choose from. We discussed it for a bit and contemplated murdering a slumlord. Decided instead of murdering to go after a murderer because there is a serial killer loose, um, potentially a copycat, some construct they think, and air quoting here, Beacon was
Hey,
very
hey.
insistent
Uh-huh.
that we should do this.
Yeah, definitely Beacon.
Yeah, yeah. No, I think it did actually come out that Beacon and Duan were.
Mhm.
This is an appropriate time for air quotes. Taking a break.
Oh my god.
One of them is.
Well,
Yeah,
yeah, one of them is.
Definitely.
yeah.
Um,
The other one wishes to be, but it's kind of hard when you're kind of an ephemeral spirit
Yeah.
that can't travel too far from the body.
It turns
Yeah,
out your
yeah,
bargaining power is
pretty
diminished.
pretty low.
yeah. Who
Uh,
could have seen that coming?
Yeah.
for a second job, we decided to check out Thist, where a number of people have a number of children specifically have been going missing. And on our way back to Amphi and
On the way back to Pendeldock.
Pendledock, yes,
Mhm.
that's the one. One of these days, I'll get these names right in my head.
Look, you guys
On the
spent
way,
a lot of time going in and out of Amphi there for like
yeah,
a straight month and a half.
yeah. On the way back to Pendledock, Lim and Brim approached. Let me see if I can remember who went to who. Zadicus and Ducks, respectively, I believe. Lim went to
Mhm.
Zadicus, Brim went to Ducks,
Yep.
and basically laid out, hey, we're pretty sure the people there that are going missing, some of them are being abducted, others are running away because elements of the concern there are abducting the sea touched. There was some finagling about that. Um, but the general consensus among the four discussion areas separately was, yeah, we will do what we can to help the sea touched and keep Athena safe while we are there. We made it back to Pendledock. There was some shopping. There
Yep.
was some running off to talk to old contacts. Oh, and we made it to Pendledock in basically half the time.
Yeah. Really suspiciously fast if anybody like paying attention. Also, it was the first time that others of you have seen Zedekias's charts.
Yeah, Beacon and Constance
Mhm.
helped Zadicus plot a course and speak to the UE to get it
That
on
and
board for. No, no, I assure you, there is a passage there. No, no, I promise it's there. You just can't see it yet.
that and Sev had a like theological philosophical
Yeah,
discussion
with
with Mig
Mig
about
about creating about copying Minder tech, basically.
yeah,
Not Minder physiology, almost, because Mig's stance was that um, because the Minders are all created nearly
uniform.
identically,
Yeah.
yeah, that giving that away for one person gives it away for all of them. So
Yeah, it's his personal philosophical position. He made it clear that like not everybody holds that and a lot of people have really religious reasons for doing it. He is just kind of like, well, I could give you away my secrets, but eh, not gonna.
I feel like the other big bomb there was that they have not actually been able to communicate directly with the all code in some time.
Yeah, the ones who are like who become true intelligences and leave. So yeah, when the religious conversation came up, it was nobody's actually in contact or talking to the alt code. They're just guessing at the alt code's intentions.
Losers.
Yep. How dare they wake up and become sentient? All right. So I think also we covered. I gave you the dossier of information that you bought, and Sev, I covered with you the blueprint uh, that you are going to be winning, I suppose. Yeah, I did. Dux, the iron you have in the fire is your amulet of the devout, right?
Puka shell necklace.
Yeah, the puka shell
Yes, I don't
necklace.
remember how long is like on the books for that, but yeah.
Yeah, it's basically like the next day. They have to. This is a pretty artisanal and hyper specific item to both
Yeah.
make it magical and then religiously and aesthetically correct for you. And you also paid a good amount of money to get that done pretty quickly. So
It's
yeah,
artisanal, and it's like the most millennial sounding.
hmm yep, yes, an artisanal holy symbol.
Sorry, Dux. All of a sudden, you
Holy
have a man
shit.
bun. I don't make the rules. That's just the way it is. You
Wait,
have a
he
man
did it
bun.
before?
Your beard
No,
is
yeah, I
now
mean,
trimmed short. You have to get those fake glasses, the ones that have no lens. I don't make the
oh
rules. This is
gosh.
just.
No, I mean,
Is this
Oh
artisanal
no!
holy symbol locally sourced?
Oh wow!
whenever Dux puts this when Dux puts this amulet on, his hair definitely like magically gets put into a bun, and like if he's wearing shoes, they get like transformed into like strap-on sandals.
Also, Leander, you get the fuck out of here. This isn't your place. You go back to the one you're from.
Hey, Leander will go wherever he wants to go,
Oh
baby.
fuck.
That's the whole
No.
premise of his podcast.
I know. I am putting a fucking hard ban on the gates of reality to Leander.
Whenever I first joined this server, that was about the time that Leander's podcast was happening.
Uh-huh.
Well, not this
Yeah.
server, but Max's server. So that was like my introduction to
Was
Adam
your-
and the rest of you in a large way.
Yeah.
Great.
All right. So I think eventually probably a runner would come to deliver to each of you once you are like back kind of together the actual like breakdown of it'd probably be Jacob actually just looking harried and sprinting as fast as he can down the street to give to you the like specs for the Grim Servant. And immediately the first thing that is made clear to you is there's kind of two initial avenues here. Either you can make it very public and go to what's called like the UPF headquarters, which are the Union Peacekeeping Force. They're essentially like in lieu of an actual police force, they're a hired like paramilitary mercenary force who enforces what passes for law here. So you can either go there like directly if you want to stake your names very publicly on this thing, or you can go directly to a contact that is a person by the name of Salvo and a person by the name of Caro who work at a private investigative firm called the Fifth Eye. But yeah, that's your initial choice. You can either stake your name very publicly on this thing or do it more off the books by approaching like the private investigators that apparently attached to this case directly.
I mean, we are hunting like a profiled murderer, so I feel like off the books is the right choice.
Yeah. Our whole company policy is sort of off the books, anyways.
True. True.
Wonderful. To the fifth eye, then?
Alrighty. The fifth eye is run. It's made clear to you it's near-ish to the timid octopus. In other words, in kind of a shittier part of town. And it's run out of an office that, like, essentially is sharing like lease space with a dive bar, like out front. And yeah, you can get there pretty quickly. Not too much travel. As you approach, again, like there's a very seedy looking dive bar, but you can see in the back of it is a second story, uh, and then also like a first story area that appears to be kind of like cordoned off from the dive bar out front. No signage or anything as far as you could see.
Oh, I was gonna say I send my echo out, but I
Mm,
don't. I
yeah.
just
Baby, come
I
back.
I'm
You can
aware
blame
that
it
I did
all
this to myself, but
on
I just
me.
gained distance on this motherfucker.
I love the idea of you reflexively going to do it and then just like blinking and catching yourself before anybody notices.
But I guess that just means I'm recklessly
Hmm.
entering this building.
Yeah, there's a door. Like there seems to only really be one door, as you like go through an alley and like reach kind of the side of the building. And as you open it, the first the first thing you see like on the ground floor here is just what looks like a storage room. Although you can see some stairs leading up, and at the top of the stairs you see a placard reading "The Fifth Eye" that is like actually on a door that is closed up there.
I forgot we met the Raven. It's even what the episode is named after.
Yeah, the crow.
Anyway,
Mhm.
my bad.
But yeah, you're in a storage room. To the left, you can see stairs leading up and a closed door that has a little like metal placard reading "The Fifth Eye."
Knock on it with my stick.
Yep. After a brief moment, the door opens and you see a kind of older looking halfling man with salt and pepper hair. He has a well kept mustache and bluish gray eyes. He is wearing like something more akin to like a dock worker or a bouncer, although you could see he has his right hand firmly wedged in his pocket, and you can also see that at the end of his right leg, uh, from about the thigh down, is a very like rigid brace that seems to be holding his leg in place. He blinks out at you. It says, can I help you?"
We
We
hear
have
about the.
inquiries. You're the face.
Categorically not.
By process of elimination, yes.
We understand that you might have some information we could purchase, borrow, whatever you want to call it, on the recent string of murders here.
Hmm. You part of Captain's outfit?
Above table. I cannot remember if we're supposed to be quiet about that or not.
It was not made like clear, really. That's a bit ambiguous.
We're here on behalf of a number of concerned citizens.
Well, you see, he like takes a step back and says, "Okay, Kara, we have visitors." You hear like a murmured response from further up. All right, okay. How many? One, two, three. Yeah, it's gonna be tight. Come on in. He turns and like walks into the office, leaving the door open for you to follow.
I gesture everyone inside.
Yeah, it is a very cramped, but like kind of cluttered and pretty cozy looking little office area. It has two desks, one that is clearly like halfling size that has virtually nothing on it other than like some kind of mug and like a tankard over in the corner. On the other side of the room, you see an elven woman. Her pale hair is done up into a very like severe braid, and she has very pale eyes and the long pointed ears. She is wearing form-fitting, would be like formal wear, complete with like an ivory buttoned-up shirt and a dark jacket. Though as she stands and kind of smooths her pants, you could see the pants have been subbed out for something that's clearly like a more comfortable, uh, like breeches rather. And the boots she's wearing were clearly made for somebody who spends a lot of their day on their feet. She looks like as if she was in the middle of something, and you can see her desk is completely covered in like miscellaneous papers, in a little bit of like arcane, like all of the components of what would be like a forensics kit of some kind. Little bits of like powder, little bits of like both mundane and magical sort of like arcana just sort of spread out. And she gets to her feet and takes a step over and says, "All right, so you're going to be helping with the investigation then?"
I'm Tadicus. This is Constance, Dux, Sev, and Beacon, and you two are your compatriot. Did not give us his name.
I'm Kara Savan, and my business partner is Salvo Halsby. He was a member of the UPF and was lead investigator on the Grim Servant case 3 years ago. I was actually a divination specialist on loan from Hearth at the time, but I ended up staying after that bit of business and eventually went into private business with Salvo here. What is it that you all know or do not know?
Honestly, we only know what's been reported, really. There's what would appear to be a copycat killer of some ugliness from 3 or 4 years ago. I was off planet at the time, as were a number of my friends here, or um, some sort of possibly true intelligent construct. Who knows?
So you do not know much then. She's interrupted by Salvo, who claps his hands together, goes, "That's a good starting point. Okay, so we got two levels here, right? Public, that is what most people know, and private, what we know, having actually worked the case. So, I mean, do you want, Kara, will you take like, do you want to take notes or do you want her to take notes for you? Or can you got a good memory?
Oh no, I will take my own
Okay,
notes.
you got it?
Yeah.
I mean, she can take notes too, I guess, but
We better both take notes, just in
yeah,
case.
yeah.
And I'm sorry, your
So,
name was Caro.
oh, that's Caro Savant. I'm Salvo Halsby.
Yeah. Can you spell your name?
Yeah,
Perfect. Thank you.
Salvo Halsby. So, what the public knows, he like starts to sort of pace in the space behind his desk, like stroking the end of his mustache. The Grim Servant, as the Inkers eventually called it, was a personal service construct. For those of you not in the know, butler servant kind of thing. When it awoke to its, I don't know what the like official true intelligence as a, yeah, when it woke to its true intelligence, it slaughtered its master, who was living alone at the time. Then it went after its master's siblings, who both lived on pretty much opposite ends of Pendledock. Then it went after the business associates of the siblings. Then it went after the families of those siblings. And around that time, is when it eventually killed a pretty popular pleasure union representative and public figure named Glustrad Kolvari. And that's kind of when shit got wide open and the UPF really had to step their shit up. By the end of it, as far as public record is concerned, Grim Servant was killing weekly, and its final death tally was 12 people. When we eventually caught it and it died, it was a high-end sphere tech, and it meant that without regular maintenance, it eventually began to deteriorate. I figured out where it was hiding, one of the many abandoned houses on the west side of town, and I was also present when it died. We brought its remains in for examination and evaluation, though there wasn't really much left. Not much of interest was found, and the construct, or what was left of it, I guess, was sort of slagged.
What do you mean? What was left of it? Did it blow up or something?
Kara clears her throat. So that brings us to the private knowledge. The thing, for lack of a better word, named itself Drab. It was a normal service construct until it very clearly was not. The final victim count was actually 43, and by the end it was killing quite a bit more than weekly, although its targets had become less precise and specific. Sailors, workers, carousers, pleasure union reps. There wasn't really much of a rhyme or reason to a lot of it, and as a result, it was easier for the officials to keep quiet in many ways. To get to your point in a moment, importantly, we know that its first kill was against its master, a man named Salius Rowe, and then against the siblings Esk and Rary. Esk, well, I suppose in order, Salius was killed by strangulation, Esk by bludgeoning, and Rary by stabbing. These were fundamentally mundane, not of much interest other than by the people who had been killed. They were fairly wealthy. And money was eventually fronted from his estate to revive Salius, who then promptly refused to revive his siblings and fled shortly thereafter. We don't really know where he went, but the assumption is that he may have fled to Aerith.
I'm sorry, just for clarification, the victim that was brought back was the first victim, the owner.
Indeed, yes.
And you said Salius?
Yes, Salius Rowe. Those were, as I said, fundamentally mundane, and then it got complicated. The next immediate three were business associates of Rary. Unlike the previous three, they were found, for lack of a better word, drained. Attempts to speak with their spirits or to revive them were completely unsuccessful, and that is when I entered onto the case. Is everybody following so far?
Yep.
Well, it only gets weirder or more concerning depending on your opinion from here. When I examined them, they were drained of essence. There was no outward signs of violence or any kind of damage or even really any distinguishing indicators of cause of death. When we hired clerics to advise and to examine, they were unable to locate their souls. Additionally, revival efforts were completely fruitless. And it wasn't until a year later that we were able to get into contact with the Scriveners of Doom. And then it took another half year after that to confirm that the souls had not been entered into the Book of All Endings at any point. This would remain true for the subsequent 6 public killings and the 31 additional killings that were not public knowledge. So the question becomes, how did this drab become whatever it is it became, and how the fuck did it take souls out of people, and where did the souls go?
One of them mentioned something about deterioration.
Mhm.
Would I know anything about that?
Yeah, so most sphere tech, part of why sphere tech is such a demonstration of wealth in the sea is that almost all sphere tech constructs require pretty regular maintenance to not like grow dysfunctional just either by exposure to the sea or like as with a lot of sphere tech technology, it doesn't agree with the sea or with whatever the latent magical. There's different theories if it's the air or if it's the maybe just the water itself, like and the particulate in the air. Like as a engineer type, you would know there's a number of reasons why, but spear tech just doesn't last very long without regular maintenance on the sea.
But like, would I know that without proper maintenance, there would be like the sort of possibility of degrading in some way to the point of gaining true intelligence?
Uh, hmm. Roll me a history check as you're kind of like dredging to see if you've ever heard of that happening.
I'm gonna cast guidance on myself.
Mhm.
Um,
So, yeah, in a pretty, actually quite a lot about true intelligence, as it turns out. It became a subject of interest to you for several reasons throughout your life. You would know that there are a lot of theories on why constructs wake up. There is a sub theory that concludes that like any adverse event that's sufficiently like bad, or potentially if you're talking about in the case of like degrading, maybe if it had degraded long enough, it could in theory be like an adverse stimuli that could wake a construct up. Though most of the time you would know fairly well that constructs wake up spontaneously. There have been some recorded cases of them waking up as a result of great need, as in like they need to make a decision quickly to save somebody that they would come to care about. Um, but nobody has ever really been able to study this phenomenon. They couldn't. They as of yet, those that make the sphere tech constructs do not know how to make. It's not simply a matter of torturing a robot until it gains sentience.
um, and sorry.
And actually, I think what I would give you with a 20 is the part of this that sounds weird to you is that it's not super common for a construct to wake up and immediately be homicidal. And by not common, I mean like you've heard of maybe apocryphal stories like, oh yeah, the spooky construct that killed everybody aboard. But like not it's not really very normal for that to happen. For a construct to just wake up and immediately start murdering, if that is what it did.
Um, hmm. Um, ooh boy. Well, I also, is there any way to like is there a known way to create true intelligence, or are like the minders the only ones
S-
who can do that, or rather the all code?
So even the all code doesn't seem to be able to create true intelligences in that it seems to create constructs who spontaneously become true intelligent like Mig and Yeg and Mel. and then they are forced to leave thereafter. So even
Oh.
in the case of the all code, it is a spontaneous process as far as anybody knows.
Hmm. And is there any way to transfer an intelligence to one shell to another?
Not that you've ever heard of. This gets into some of the discourse on whether or not the constructs have souls, although it is widely understood that they have something that passes for a soul, vis-a-vis like resurrection and stuff, or that they are imparted with a soul once they become true intelligences. Like, but any attempts to like, oh, let's just get you we'll just shove it into a new body. It might theoretically be possible, but nobody's ever been able to do it. Even if you like moved all of like the hardware that should do it, it just doesn't work usually.
Okay.
Like you could take all the processing, you could take all of the, physical like hardware and move it to a new construct and it generally doesn't work.
Okay. Satisfactory. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, nice check. At this point, Salvo clears his throat and says, Kara wasn't there when we cornered it. Whatever it wasn't a normal fucking construct anymore. It was like uh, flayed open, all the outer layers sort of stripped off, making it more sleek and weird to look at. It was also fast, really, really fast. I don't know where it had the strength to move like that. Didn't even look like it had, like there was enough of it to keep it going like that. We tried.
Question.
Mm-hmm.
The first victim, the one that got revivified and then
Yeah.
fled. Did you look into any sort of ties, corporate or otherwise?
Yeah,
Because
we did. I wish it was as simple as he just fucked around and did something to this thing.
well,
But
I mean, might not have been him is the thing, but he might
as
have had a part of it. But you
as
know,
far as we could tell, he was a fairly normal businessman. He wasn't even really just kind of in shipping and receiving, I don't know, rich people things. Salvo glances at you.
If you don't mind my asking,
Mm-hmm.
fellow, you say you cornered it, and
Yeah.
that's when everything went to shit. How did you track it in the first place? What what is it that enabled you to catch this thing?
Would that I had a fucking good explanation for you other than I was lucky. I was an investigator, but by that time there was a lot of us, and we were kind of just canvassing every abandoned fucking anything we could find, basements, attics, door to door, asking questions. And I, I was with the squad that was canvassing down kind of in that abandoned area. I wasn't the only squad canvassing those buildings, but mine was the only one that found it. So I guess just lucky. He's got a very far away look in his eyes.
Do
And
do
okay, I just dropped my desk drawer.
Oh, are you okay?
Yeah, no, I caught it. I just
Oh,
pulled it out of my desk. That's all. Sorry. And you said it slagged itself somehow, or did your team slag it in the attempt to?
it. Uh, Caro is looking at Salvo, and you can see her expression is very like switched from kind of that austere like impassiveness to active concern. And Salvo like straightens up and says, and at this point, as he's reciting it, his like faraway look has kind of crystallized, and it's almost like he's just reciting a thing that he is watching happening. And he says, "We tried to ask it why, and it said something, but I didn't hear it. It, the light in its eyes, it, it was like it was white, but with a little bit of blue, and it moved. It was fast. All I could really see was the like trails behind it as it." We weren't fast enough. My partner at the time was a, a good person. Was only luck, I guess, that it chose her first instead of me. His like face is like growing more pale. It raised that spindly hand, and this dagger made of the same light rammed down, but it didn't cut, just went in, and the lights went out. Then it was all dried up like nothing was, and then I managed to get a shot off and fucking got it in the leg joint. The other two squatties that were with me, just rank and file on loan from UPF, not investigators. They didn't. He like pauses for a moment, reaches into his drawer and like takes a swig out of a flask that he has hidden in there. One of them managed to get a cut through an arm. Other than that, they didn't do much, and it turned, and it was on all fours. It started loping
My neck.
at me. I
Is
took a
it
shot, just shot and hoped, and I best shot of my whole life. Fucking got it in the eye. It dropped it mid jump. When it died, it did something with its hands really really fast, and then it screamed, and all that light came out in a big sort of. I had enough time. I jumped, but he like takes the hand that has been like firmly wedged in his jacket out and holds it up. It looks normal as far as you could tell, though it is hanging kind of limply. Hand I was holding up towards it went numb. Feeling never came back. He thumps on the ground with with the right foot. Same with the foot that was closest. Brainy types like Caro there say it's the essence not there anymore. Don't really know, but that's what happened then. Devil kind of sits down at his desk. After a moment, Caro clears her throat. Which brings us to the present. 4 weeks ago, a guardian servitor gained true intelligence and violently killed its master and his daughter. This was Valston and Remy Goldsteer. Type that up. Valston was killed via strangulation, the daughter by bludgeoning. As it escaped, it killed one of their servants or rather one of their servant constructs, which was itself a true intelligence by the name of Greetings, via stabbing. This was obviously considered strange for a number of reasons, but was ruled a coincidence until 2 weeks ago when it killed a local elven man named Gistaro who fancied himself a bard. It was at that point that they contacted me and Salvo here due to the cause of the death, which, as you might have guessed, was the same draining we had seen in the Grim Servant. Thus, we do not think, if it is a copycat, it is beyond the traditional definitions of such a term.
Hmm.
Perhaps it is some sort of virus. Some growing thing that is possessing and infectious.
Salvo pipes up, says, "That's a decent idea, but where the fuck did it go for 4 years?"
Perhaps the incubation period is substantial. If it was killing prominent figures, folks with substantial estate, it coming in contact with other constructs, though it did kill one at least, does not rule out that it made contact with others and left them on their own.
You said incubation. Uh, Caro interrupts him. You are proposing then that this is something that, well, if it is recurring, that it could occur again, even if we catch and kill this thing.
Correct.
They share a look, and Caro goes, "Well, fuck. Uh, we're a bit out of our depth here. Uh, okay. Let me finish with the dossier here, and then we can discuss what to do about this."
Cody, did I accidentally nail it?
uh,
I mean, you
maybe.
can't tell me, but
Yeah, I can't say anything. It is just a thing that the two of them had not fully had any reason to consider necessarily.
Helps to
S-
be part machine.
yeah, it's true. Salvo pipes up and says, "As you might imagine, Justaro the Bard died, drained like Glustrad and all the rest. Took us a couple of days to put together that that Justaro was, or rather that Valston Goldsteer was a patron of Justaro. Then last week, it killed a tavern owner by the name of Jane Sthay, also drained. She ran the tavern Justaro played at most. So that's where we're currently at. We're due for a killing any day now. It is moving much faster than it ever did before, and its pattern, as far as we can tell, is far more erratic this time. It did not take it very long to start killing on a street level, whereas before it took it several levels of connections before it was killing random people that it saw.
I mean, that might be it. It just might sort of hone on to someone close by next, or at least somebody that has been around them a lot.
That is our assumption, and we have a list. This is Caro. We have a list of individuals who would be full disclosure in addition to whatever price your employer will be paying you, or the UPF, whoever it is that is paying you. We are offering an extra 500 out of pocket to not just dismantle this thing, but to tell us what the fuck is going on. And I suppose if it is some form of virus, as you said, to put an end to it.
Hmm.
Salvo gets what looks like a folder out and sets it down in front of him and says, "I have a list of names here, if you want it."
Yes, most definitely. You you mentioned that Salius was revived and refused to revive his siblings and left. Do you
Yeah,
know
he was.
whereabouts?
Whereabouts? Sorry, what?
Do you know whereabouts Salius left to?
Not really. We think Aerith, but that doesn't particularly narrow it down, even if he did go there.
And what
Additionally,
about?
did you ever speak to the souls of the other siblings that died? Or at least tried to revive them? Because they were before the soul second knife thing, right?
Yeah, it's complicated. It was deemed it's in as much as there is paperwork here, the bureaucracy said that if they didn't have the money to do it themselves, which at the time they did not, apparently, we're pretty sure this is because Thalius stole what little they had when he was revived. We couldn't revive them ourselves. Or I suppose the city couldn't. We talked to their spirits. It was pretty unhelpful. They had no idea or any sort of clue what the fuck was going on.
Hmm.
We assumed, sort of like you did, that this had to be something that Salius did himself, some form of experimenting, fucking around, magical, technological. If he did, we never figured out where he was doing it, how he was doing it, where he. It was a frustrating dead end, I will say.
Mhm.
And what of Valston and Remy? Have either of them been revived?
We are working on it, yes. Valston has the funds, and the process is underway while they figure out. Well, while we bring in a cleric to do that.
Hmm.
4 years between victims. You said drab or drav?
Drab.
Drab. Okay, I had that right. Was a personal service drone, and this latest bot seems to be a gardener of some sort.
A
Is there any
guardian.
guardian? Oh,
Mm-hmm.
I heard that very wrong.
It was a lot, I know.
Any other similarities between those particular bots? Anything?
As far as we can tell, no. Although I suppose That would be hard. Figuring out if that ever came into contact with. We need to figure out when it was made, I suppose.
Mm-hmm.
We can probably do the digging on that. He pushes the envelope forward, and it has a couple of names that I'll copy and paste the details for. Uh, it is described that Jane's Jane's Thay had a tavern called Jane's Way, and that these are the most popular, or rather, the most frequent visitors, at least as frequent as the scale that Justaro was going in and out of the place. Because they have guessed that one of these people is going to be the victim. The first is Thalie, who is a Yun woman who works as a seamstress and runs a small shop that's pretty near to that tavern. The next is Gart, who is kind of just a drunk, who sort of panhandles and spends a lot of his time around the tavern, tends to sleep on a bench across the street. It's pretty well understood that Jane's kind of takes care of Gart a little bit. Then there is here you go. There is a Resh man named Jakeson and his partner, who is a true intelligence by the name of Bex. They go there at least once a week, and Bex is, or was close friends with Jane. The only other idea they also have is that Jane's frequented a pleasure union representative from this place called the Button Down. However, the problem with that is that the Button Down is pretty private about who sees who, so they're not really sure who Jane's has been seeing at this pleasure union establishment. He will also push forward a separate folder that has the location of essentially the 3 crime scenes that you can start with. You could go to the mansion, or rather the estate of the Gold Steers. You could go to where Gestaro died, which it's shown to you is right outside of a pleasure union establishment. And then there is the alley, which is kind of behind the tavern or behind Jane's Way, where Jane's died.
Crime scene, everyone. Seemed like a solid place to start, I think. I imagine the UPF have already been over these locations, and we
Yeah.
are sort of playing follow up.
Mm-hmm. Those are the 3 the 3 places: the Gold Steer Estate, the pleasure union establishment that Jastar came out of is kind of a seedier one called the Come One Come All. and then an alley behind Jane's Way. Those are the 3 crime scenes as they currently exist.
I don't suppose we could have access to the Goldsteer estate.
Oh, you may, yes.
Where this creation gained first intelligence seems like it might be a solid place to begin.
Yep, I agree.
Alrighty, is there direction's easy enough. Is there anything else besides looking into when that construct was made that you want us to hunt down here?
Um, hmm. I think um keeping an eye on Jackson and Bex would probably be a good idea because I don't know. As far as copycat killers go, granted this one is more erratic, but there were still a few pleasure union reps that got murdered in the last one. If these guys are dealing with the pleasure union, then we might have I don't know. I just feel like that's the best idea of who's going next.
Do you think it is then the pleasure union representative, the unnamed one, I guess, that Jane's, or unnamed multiple, we don't know, are kind of hoping that whatever it is can't
Well,
see into.
it's less about knowing who it is and just being there to stop it. If we tail the guy, or at least ask to accompany him, depending on what route we want to go, we can just sort of see who he's meeting with instead of having to go through all the rigmarole of like bureaucracy and things that people aren't willing to disclose with us.
I mean, fair enough. You could go to the button down and I guess start bribing slash bullying your way to finding out who did it. We are enough connected to the UPF that they are not particularly willing to talk to us. Also, because they are a pleasure union establishment, they do not think they are obligated, because from their perspective, the UPF is their employees.
Right.
As for Bex, Salvo, or Caro pipes up. If your hypothesis is that this is some form of virus, then we need to keep an eye on Bex.
Yeah, that's what I was
It's
thinking too.
a listed construct as one of the potential victims. Although they have not come into contact as far as we know.
Wait, hold on. Let's back up really quick. Um, in last time this happened 4 years ago,
Mhm.
were any constructs killed?
Some, but not as many as non-constructs, which we're not
Okay,
sure if that is a function of their representation in the population or a choice.
were any of them the same model or something similar to this one?
I don't believe so.
And, well, I mean, this might be a little far out, but if it has the power to kill something and suck the essence out without leaving a mark, it could potentially have the power to sort of inject something back into it without leaving a mark. Oh boy. I mean, the whole virus element of it is a little troubling.
Well, we don't know that that is necessarily the case yet. We should make sure we're
Well,
not
right, but it's
focusing
kind of
in too much on one thing.
it's kind of hard to believe that a construct, just a regular sort of laborer type construct, would get true intelligence, go crazy, and then develop the same weapon that sucks the souls out of people. Like, the
Indeed.
essence is missing. It's a little too serendipitous
Which
for my taste.
is why I would put forth the idea that this is not really a facet of the intelligence or the construct themselves. There is just as likely a flesh and blood murderer whose weapon of choice happens to be the complete anonymity of corrupting some sort of construct.
Yeah,
Give it
that
enough
was my first
facsimile,
thought.
people can believe it's true intelligence. Given that none of these have been able to be studied, there's been one on the loose now and one which was unable to be recovered and unable to be studied. We have to keep an open mind.
Yeah,
Not
wait, that's actually a good point. How do you know it was a true intelligence if you didn't capture it?
Unfortunately, you have a point. If it was instructed to do what it was doing, I suppose theoretically a sphere construct could be made to do that. If it is just the weapon for something else, we called it true intelligence because it was doing something that it shouldn't have been doing. We assumed that its choices of victims initially, and then its more erratic choices of victims later suggested a mind. But that may have been erroneous. Whether the erratic behavior was the result of a construct malfunctioning or the deterioration of a mental state for some master. She like sits at her desk and seems to be like pondering the idea very deeply.
I agree with Zadicus that we should not jump to conclusions, and that perhaps neither of our current theories are correct. However, it's also worth noting that the two current theories are not mutually exclusive.
You have a point, yes. In fairness, this is why we have hired or requested outside help. You are already earning your keep by suggesting things we had not thought of, nor would we have been able to consider, perhaps. Salvo leans forward and says, "So you're going to the Gold Steer Estate?"
I think that is a good
That
place to
seems like
begin.
He tosses you what looks like a little like copper star that just says UPF contract work. That'll get you into a lot of places. Flash it if you need it. Keep it hidden if you don't.
Hold it out for anyone else to take.
Does that make you uncomfortable?
I mean, it just feels a little wrong in my hands in particular, but anyone's welcome to it.
Very well. Constance will take it.
In the meantime, we'll look into. He kind of like furrows his brow and does like a kind of headache alleviation. Okay, well, we're gonna have to get into some paperwork, I guess. Construct age, basically, if it's any older than 4 years. We really should have been doing this already, Caro. Kara goes, just because I did not. Yes, we should have been doing this already, Salvo. Salvo goes, so, where are you headed to after the Gold Steer State? Or are you just going to sort of, I guess, when should we be expecting you back here to report what you have found, or how are we to do this?
Well, it depends if we find something critical at the estate.
Fair enough. It is. He like glances out the window. It's around like 1 or 2 in the afternoon at this point. Meet here sometime in the evening. We should be here and finished with our side of the investigation by then. If you don't meet, I will assume you will be here later on. We should be here until, well, one of us should be here until late this evening. Uh,
Sounds sounds like a plan. If we find something or if we have further questions, we will contact you more immediately.
all right, I'll look into getting requisitions for some sending stones. Try to make this a little easier. To be honest, I wasn't expecting to get help this quickly. From all of your perspectives, you know it's been like a week since a week since you heard of the job at least.
Yeah.
He gets to his feet, kind of eyes each of you up, says, "Well, good luck. Um, if you run into it or it runs into you, he kind of holds up his hand. It's like as a demonstration. Don't get caught in it."
Ooh, picked a good day to change my armor model.
All right,
First,
do
these fucking fists couldn't fit in. Secondly, a thing that explodes if you're too close to it. Mm. Foresight.
out of character. The one thing he did say is that when it exploded, as far as he could tell, it did something really fast with its hands, and then something happened. He doesn't really know what the fuck that means, but yeah. So you
No.
guys head to the Gold Steer Estate.
Yeah, I think it's where we're headed.
Okie dokie. It is over on the east end of Pendledock in a wealthier part of town. Most of you haven't gone this deep into the nice part of town for Pendledock. It is just a lot of like palatial estates after a certain point. And it's even sort of angled so that a lot of these places are like up on hills and extra hoity-toity. Almost every single one of them is gated by the time you reach what is apparently the Gold Steer Estate. And out in front of it, there is a Resh woman dressed in essentially like plate, wearing like wielding a halberd, who seems incredibly bored and is kind of squatting on a little folding chair, just staring at the cobble. And she looks up and says, "What are you here for?"
Nonsense, if you would.
I flash the badge.
Okay, right. Yeah, go on in. It's been picked out a little bit, but Valston died in the study upstairs. Daughter died in her room down the hall from there. The construct, don't remember its name. It died in the end, sort of the exit round back. You can't miss it.
Reading.
Greetings. Thank you. I'll be guarding out here. Give a shout if you need me for anything. She takes a step over, produces a big elaborate key, puts it into the gate, opens it up, and pulls some chains off of it and pushes it open with a creak.
This is so cute.
Were you here when it all happened, or are you here after the fact?
No, I'm here doing security, or I suppose keeping it ready for folks like yourself.
Got it. Understood.
Do
Yeah.
you have any idea how long Valston owned this guardian servant?
Not that know. I'm not
Hmm.
really connected to the details of the whole thing. My job,
Understood.
keep people out. Or what's the preserve the scene? Yeah, that. She goes and sits down on her little folding chair again. Like I said, give a shout if you need anything.
We go.
Yeah, so you enter onto the grounds. There is a cobbled path leading up to what would be the front door. There are what look like ornamental like sort of lawn animal things made of grass and hedges. Although a lot of them are looking a little bit overgrown by this point, even though it's been presumably a week, uh, implying oh, these people had enough money to, I guess, bring somebody out to snip them every day, and nobody has recently. As you enter into the main foyer, with the doors open with a big sort of booming creak. It isn't dusty or anything yet. Seems to be pretty well kind of locked into where it was when all of this went down. There isn't much to see in this main foyer, though. On the ground floor, to the left of the main stairs, the typical stairs going up, branching up to the upper floors, you can see in the back a doorway that seems to be the doorway currently is open, but beyond it you see what might be a kitchen and a doorway beyond that. Otherwise, to your right and left, you see one of them is a parlor, and another is a kind of greeting room. Very ornamental, and well kept, but not much to see initially.
I think we head for where the first victim died.
Mm-hmm. So that would be Valston in the study.
Yeah, that seems like a good place to begin, since
Mhm.
that's where it began.
Yeah, so you ascend the stairs, turn up the right set, and go sort of off into a hallway. And the study, you can immediately tell which one it is, because there is a sort of chain that is looped across the front of the closed door. Although as you look at it, you see that the chain isn't locked; it's sort of just looped so that people know broadly, do not go in here. It's easy enough to just reach out, kind of tug down, and open it up.
An eye out for, well, I don't really know. Sev, I'm guessing that you'll know more about this sort of thing than any of the rest of us. The construct, I mean, not the murder. Yeah, I will push into this study.
Okie dokie. Also, you're muted, June, in case you did not know. Yeah, as you all kind of crowd into this study, it is a very ornate room evocative a little bit of Mr. Loyal's kind of study underneath his estate. There are lots of books filling the shelves, and the room seems to be centered around a fireplace that has gone cold. You could see there is a chair uh, that has sort of been pushed off to the side by itself. That has again one of these like chains draped over it several times and looped around. But otherwise, there doesn't appear to be anything much to look at in the room. You know that he died of strangulation. So anybody who wants to give like perception or investigation as you look around, feel free.
Um,
Mhm.
instead of going for just strictly the sort of murder tracks, I
Mhm.
suppose, and how he was killed, I'm gonna see if there is any recordings, records, technological equipment, anything like that in any of the desks or the drawers or wardrobes or whatever.
Yeah.
And I'm also gonna cast guidance on myself.
Okie dokie.
D4.
Okay. So in order, Zadicus, you in looking around to try to establish like what happened here, the one thing you can establish is that there is no sign of violence in the room. Um, and if Valston died in here, there wasn't much of a fight, if any fight at all. There isn't. Everything is kept like pretty well where it was. Although you can very clearly see that that chair was placed in front of the fireplace and has been scooted to the side. Uh, Constance, you see in the place where the chair was, as you are kind of just like casting your eyes over the room, you see very faint cracks in the wood, uh, just two. And as you like look at them and look over towards the chair, it looks like it would be roughly where the front two legs of the chair had been. Uh, and the cracks, as you like get in and look more at them, you can't really tell like whether they like how they were made, but you would guess like something pushing down really hard, or like somebody jumping on like the chair or something. Sev, you look around, and in here you don't see anything technological. There are a few like on the shelves manuals for like spear tech, but as you look at them, you can see most of them are laughably old and incredibly outdated.
Right.
Uh, Other than that, you don't see anything about like sphere tech. Like this gold steer fellow didn't seem to have much of an interest, and with 23 you can even see that the books you do see on sphere stuff, like there are some that are even about like sphere tech philosophy and stuff, are not read or even barely opened. Like as you pull them off, they're completely pristine.
Wonderful.
Ducks and Beacon, what are you two doing, if anything?
Dux is not much of an investigator, so he is
It's
just
fair
kind of
enough.
watching behind, uh, just
Mhm.
waiting for things to pop off, doubting that they're gonna happen here,
Yeah.
wondering what he's gonna have for dinner.
Dux is just being vigilant.
I'll stick near Beacon,
Mhm.
and if they want to make a check or something, I can give them guidance.
Yeah, Beacon, are you just also on the lookout, letting the smart or like other folk go in and check stuff out? I will assume so, because I presume you're probably not at the computer right now.
Yeah, I think they had to go and take care of something.
All right. So yeah, that's what you have in here, Zedekus. No signs of struggle, no signs of fight. That chair was clearly sitting in front of the fire and has been scooted to the side. You would guess the chains mean that that is like the piece of evidence in this room.
This is where this man was murdered, and there doesn't seem to be any sign of that. What do we have? Can't have the wrong house.
Well, he was strangled to death. It's not like there's gonna be blood spatter.
No, but you'd expect the man being strangled to put up a struggle, knock things over, do everything he can to escape.
Do we know how big these guardian robots are?
Yeah, you would know they're like generally like 6'2" or 6'3", and they're not super bulky. They're usually pretty like slender, but they can be pretty strong.
Yeah,
They are
I was
designed to be able to pick people up and like run around with people in their arms.
Yeah, it's like a defense construct, correct?
Yeah, I mean, it's a guardian construct. You wouldn't know exactly like what type because it was never stated.
Yeah, right.
But
But just
yeah,
like its purpose, it
yeah,
would be built for its purpose.
yeah. Like it would at least be strong enough to lift whoever, uh, lift whoever it was serving. In theory, at least.
I don't know, Zedekus, if like, someone you trusted, like, I don't know your relationship with your mom, but if like your mom just came behind you while you were reading at the fireplace, uh, and strangled you. But imagine if
I
your
wouldn't
mom was
sit
like,
there and take it.
well, yeah, but if your mom was like a giant gorilla,
Yes.
like imagine
This
if
is
Dux
really
was
the
your
conversation you want to have about my mother, Sev.
well, imagine if Dux was your mom, he could pick you up and strangle
Just
you and
stop,
put your
Sev.
lights out
Just please,
immediately.
please,
All
just
I'm
stop.
saying All I'm saying is it doesn't have to look like there was a huge fight for someone to be immediately just strangled. The chair was moved. He was probably picked up from behind when the construct he had no idea was coming at him picked him up. He fell unconscious and a few moments later died. Can't imagine it's too comfy being sort of strangled into by robot arms.
Just saying, you'd think there'd be something knocked over. He would kick out. He would do anything.
Well, it's like a chair by it's like a chair with nothing really around it, right?
Yeah, it's like a high backed like reading chair, like
I
the
mean, the
kind of stereotypical red like upholstery, very soft. You can see like it looks well worn, as if somebody sits in the same place.
Well, I mean, chair's pretty hefty, so and there's nothing around to kick out. You could have been kicking and screaming, but even if the construct lifted him straight out of his seat and he kicked back at it, it would have hit the chair, which would have scooted. Or the construct could have moved him out of it and killed him. Again, strangulation's a weird one because, yeah, I feel like it wouldn't leave that big of a trace other than like on the person's body. Especially from something that you trust and also happens to be stronger than you by a lot.
Is there anything else you want to investigate in here? Or any other ways you want to try to investigate?
Um, not for me. Do we have like a blueprint of the house or any sort of direction like to the floor plan?
Uh essentially you would know like there is a servant's quarter kind of on the opposite side of where you are. Um, on the part of the hallway you are on, which is one of the like upper floor wings, there is the two rooms of main interest are this room, the study. There are a couple like storage rooms, and then there is the room where Valson's daughter Remy died. You would know it's nearish to where you are. It's kind of down the hall.
And that's like her bedroom, right?
Yeah.
Um do we happen to know, because if anything, Seva's gonna leave the forensic investigating to the people with the good eyes.
Mm-hmm.
Um and do we have any idea of where the sort of the construct was stored?
Not really. There isn't most of the like as far you don't really know how rich people use sphere constructs, right? But if this one was a guardian, eh, you would presume that it would probably spend all of its time around someone. Like there might not be a need for a storage place if it is always in a case of like a service robot, yeah, maybe there would be like a storage closet or something.
Mhm.
But if this one was a guardian, generally they're supposed to just stand near-ish to whoever it is they're guarding.
Right. Hmm. Well, um, if the sort of patron of the house has like a bedroom, I'd like to check that out, and then probably two like servants' quarters, just because if there's like a leak in
Hmm.
from the outside, like something staying, I'd hazard a guess that it's in either that or like one of the storage rooms.
Yeah, so you want to do a just general sweep of what would be like the other bedrooms and the.
Yeah, looking for any suspicious material as far as like tech that doesn't really belong, or even just like journals of people,
Hmm.
like accounts and stuff.
Yeah, go ahead and roll me an investigation check if you want to do that. The
With
general sweep.
guidance, because I'm just
Sure.
gonna say it and not post it because oh boy, I always need guidance. Holy fuck, never mind. What's a it's a 27.
Yeah, so with a 27, what I can give you is that you are looking for anything suspicious that would lend itself to being involved or being somehow causally related, right? You're
Well,
combing through the like any like wait staff that worked here, you're combing through like where the bedrooms are, etc., right? Looking
um,
for technology or journals or what have
yeah,
you. And you like I could tell you definitively you do not find anything that like is particularly tech related. You do find where the room where this construct might have been serviced, in that it's kind of like a in lieu of a storage room, like over in the corner there's a little bench with some supplies. But there is nothing out of the ordinary to it. It just looks like a like probably whoever they hired to come in and check this out. And you could see a log of the work that was done to the construct, that, as you like thumb back, dates back about 2.5 years.
okay.
And it's all just systems normal. Like at one point, a servitor goes out in the leg. You know, there's nothing conspicuous in what you find, but you do find a log that goes back about 2.5 years.
Okay. Um, and Does it say like in the log? Does it say like a serviced by, or is it just like this person's like personal notes, and they don't feel like they need to?
Yeah, it doesn't say like it doesn't have a serviced by, although the handwriting appears to be consistent.
Okay.
Constance, as a reminder, what you found is two kind of barely perceptible cracks in the wood where the front two legs of the chair would have been, kind of in front of the fire. Yeah, Sev is wandering around, sacking the place, looking for stuff. Constance and Zadakis, are you still in the study?
Yeah,
Since,
I guess so.
since Adam had stepped away for a moment while you two had the conversation.
I guess I will check the second victim's room also.
Also, Constance, you would have been present for the two of them having a
Mm.
conversation about the fact that there was no signs of struggle in the room.
Well,
And that, yeah.
almost no signs of struggle.
What do
If
you
you look
mean?
here, this chair was originally over here, and clearly enough weight was put on it to do damage to the floor.
Huh.
Sure enough, as the other two of you like glance down at it, yeah, you can like see very clear, like kind of in the shape of the bottom of the like the foot of one of the two front legs of the chair. It looks like it has just been like either something like jumping on it. It's kind of hard to tell the amount of force applied, but you could see like splintered out cracks as if it is busted the wood of the floor just barely. Zadicus, you're going to the other room?
Yeah.
Constance, you going with, or are you staying in the study?
I'm going to stay in the study for now. I may move around because I'm searching for ownership records and service records. I want to know where and how long ago they bought this thing and who, if anyone. Well, I know above table, I know someone's been servicing it, so I'm trying to look for any records
Yeah, so
of.
you're accompanying Sev, kind of sacking the place,
Mm-hmm.
rifling through stuff. Go ahead and give me a separate perception or actually investigation check on this one,
Mm-hmm.
since you're looking for something very specific, and do it with advantage because you're kind of leveraging off of some of what Sev is finding.
Okay.
Yeah. As you are kind of accompanying Sev and like looking slightly differently through things, she finds the like the service log, right? That says like
Mm-hmm.
this thing has been serviced by blank like 2.5 years. When
Right.
you go into what is like, I guess for like the business room in which
Mm-hmm.
Valston did his business, I should say. It's just throwing papers around the room because most of it's just like business, 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 whatever.
Right.
You do find that it was contracted through a pretty common like contracting firm
Mm-hmm.
uh, that's just called like Sphereside Solutions,
Mm-hmm.
and it is just a it's there. There's any number of these because rich people who have Sphereside constructs have to get these fucking things checked constantly. But importantly, you also boosting off of Sev's knowledge, do find that that the construct is only about close to 3 years old, or at least that is when it was purchased and shipped to Valston.
Okay.
And it was purchased from somebody Sphereside, one of the like major like Sphereside construct conglomerates.
Right.
A sphere side construct conglomerate. Sorry.
Uh
If it's not important, don't answer. But if it is,
yeah, it's not a specific one, so it'd be like the equivalent of like buying it at Walmart. or
Okay.
like Space Walmart.
Mm.
Spacer's choice.
Yeah, it's not the first choice; it's Spacer's choice. But yeah, that is what you find in accompanying Sev around. You two
Okay.
kind of boost off of each other's investigations.
Mhm.
Zadicus, uh,
Yes.
you enter into the room of Remy. It is a room of an either adolescent or young adult. There is only a little bit of evidence to suggest that it might have been like a young girl's room. Um, you can immediately see that the bed has been left kind of unmade, and there is like an amount of it smells a little bit like iron in here because the the blood, for lack of a better word, and the other kind of splatters that happened from what happened in here were left as is, and the room was left in the condition that it was. There doesn't appear to be any damage to the surrounding like furniture, although you can see even just a cursory with like a passive investigation as you scan, you could see it looks like somebody stood over the bed, swung down, probably not very many times, and then turned around and left.
Hmm. Hmm.
You can give me an investigation if you want to try to go in a bit deeper.
I did one bet.
Yeah, you more or less confirm
I
your
expertise this skill.
you confirm your initial suspicion. That something came in, it stood to the left of the bed. Uh, Based off of the pattern, it raised from up high, brought it down. The like what came off of it only really got on the headrest and a little bit on the floor. It definitely didn't swing much more than once. It got back up and, or not got back up, it swung once, and then there doesn't appear to be any other signs of violence. Though you can see, like, as you kind of lean down and look, it's the way it swung, and the force of it hitting the like body in the bed has damaged the bed frame slightly. Like it hit with enough force to sort of like make one of the legs almost about to buckle, which you catch just bare. Like it looks like if you went and tapped it with your foot, the whole bed would sort of slide or would like tilt forward on one side. Yeah,
Hmm.
you don't find anything else though.
I will rejoin the others.
hmm Yeah, you reconvene. I presume Dux and Beacon have kind of been standing like at the top of the stairs, watching the door, watching both hallways in a central location, just in case whatever it is comes back. Yeah, you recon.
Not gonna lie, don't know what's going on. I've been in the other room with
Yeah,
my ex-mother-in-law, but yeah, sure,
yeah. You've been on the lookout with Dux. Don't
perfect.
worry. You've been keeping an eye out. They've been doing investigation stuffs. And yeah, you would all know that there is one more scene, which is downstairs. You'd presume maybe through that kitchen area and that back door where the construct tried to flee and met greetings.
Worth looking
Sorry.
into.
One thing
hmm
before we start. Question: Do
hmm
these do these constructs like come equipped with weapons?
Generally, like the Guardian ones, when they're sphere side, do, but most of the time when they're shipped to seaside, you would know they just give them mundane weapons because it's
So,
easier than
so
trying to keep up with like the variety of sphere side weapons they could shove in them.
right. So they don't. What my question mostly was they don't have integrated weapons, correct?
You would guess no.
Okay.
Not. I mean, you're not like super sure, but you know that it is pretty common for the sphere side constructs that are sold to the sea to not have the integrated weapons included,
Right.
just because it's a lot more to. It's like the thing that will break more than anything else.
Yeah.
All right, what do you all do? I assume head down to the like back exit slash entrance area.
Mm-hmm.
Where the last victim was.
Greetings, yeah.
Yeah.
As you descend the stairs, kind of round the corner to the right and go back into and through this kitchen area, uh, everybody roll either investigation or perception as you're like coming upon the scene.
Guidance.
All right.
Oh my
uh,
god.
so Sev, you with a 17 investigation can see signs of there have been things that have been thrown and have embedded themselves in the walls in various places in this kitchen, originating from around where the door was, uh, implying that like something was grabbing things off the counter and throwing them very, very fast, but not hitting a target. Both Beacon and Constance, it is immediately apparent that violence has happened here. There is a number of like dents. There's like a dent in the ceiling. There's a dent in the door. Some of the wood has like splintered. Uh, as you're kind of like looking further, you realize like, yeah, Greetings fought back and fought back pretty hard. And there was certainly a struggle here. Zadicus with a 21, you're putting together the scene, and you realize door was open. Greetings was walking in from outside, saw or rather confronted whatever like this construct was. There wasn't much time after that that some kind of combat happened, and Greetings fought back like very, very hard. As you're kind of moving around, like you see Greetings must have grabbed a bunch of stuff off the counter and immediately started firing them very, very fast. There's like bits of like cutlery wedged in walls and places. There's a glass that looks like it shattered on something, and you can see the pieces sort of scattered around where it hit. And also you see a like sort of underneath one of the counters in kind of this central area where like the like meat cutting and stuff would have been done, or the like meal preparation. As you like lean down, you can see what looks like an arm plate of something that is severely dented and has been torn off, and it hit the ground, and as it hit the ground it spun itself underneath the table.
Plate here looks. I don't know which bot it's from, but everything else seems to check out. Greetings seems to have put up a significant fight.
That poor thing.
Sev, can you tell me anything about this plate here?
Give me an Arcana check,
Absolutely.
Sev.
With guidance.
Yeah, so you're holding it up. You get some of your tools out for a second and like hold it up and are looking at it like through multiple lenses, like doing kind of tinkering stuff. And you are reasonably sure, if not almost positive, that this is a what Greetings was as like a servant, or rather like service construct, is usually like 5'8", 5'9", kind of slight. This is significantly longer. Like if it is greetings, it would have to be a leg like plate maybe, or like a lower leg. But you're pretty sure this is like a guardian like plate. And it would be like the upper arm on one side or the other. You're pretty sure.
uh, well, this looks like a piece of our killer. Servant bots usually don't have this heavy armor plating unless it was like a huge chunk, and they collected all of that probably. But probably a piece of our killer.
Excellent.
It doesn't have any like inscription on it. It doesn't have any.
No. Yeah, no. With your check, yeah, it
Yeah.
looks
okay.
like, yeah, it just was connected. And with the check, you also got like confirming what Zadakis kind of got with his. It looks like something very heavy hit it and dented it so badly that it was either torn off or fell off.
Right.
So there's like a big like fist or object-sized dent in the center of it.
Gotcha.
Mhm.
Also, I don't know if we made it clear earlier. I don't think we did, but can we take any of the stuff that we have or that we find?
You mean like looting the estate?
Not looting. I mean, just like bringing it back to the people.
I mean, it was never made clear. They said they'd like to know what you find, but that's kind of up to you.
Uh, I'll leave the logbook. I do want to kind of learn who was employed for that, if that's important, but just out of curiosity to see who was touching this thing on a
Mhm.
regular basis. But like, I don't need the book for that. But this armor plate I do want to put in the bag of holding.
Got it. I'm putting some of the notes from earlier into the Discord. Make it easier.
Sounds like we found pretty much what we expected to find here. Still, the study confuses me, but at the very least, there doesn't seem to be anything that shows how this guardian decided to go on a rampage.
Yeah.
Perhaps.
Well, at the very least, we should have Caro and Salvo cross-reference sphere side solutions against the bot from 4 years ago to see if there's any common denominators. If these are in fact two constructs suffering the same malfunction, an easy way for that to happen is for it to be injected by a service technician.
That feels plausible.
It does seem a little unusual. If I remember correctly, they said in the incident 4 years ago they suspected a lack of service for that construct, whereas based on the records that Seb found, this one seemed to have been serviced rather regularly.
Well, perhaps it's, perhaps it is a copycat, but not in the sense that normally is. Maybe it's a someone who witnessed the first one who was a true intelligence and decided to try to reprogram that into a new bot.
Hmm. Entirely possible. So many questions. And not a hint of why in either case.
Yeah. I mean, Caro did say that the killings last time took longer to be erratic. There are a lot more people with connections to each other for longer, and now, it's just basically hopping to whoever is closest.
Although, there were victims from the pleasure union in both instances.
Yeah.
Would be worth following up on. This Jane's was
Yes.
the latest, I believe. Why the first? The first set of victims being killed the way they are doesn't feel like there is quite the significance as when the others come and are relieved of their souls. Perhaps we have. Hmm. Well, we can continue to see what we can find. This alley where this Justaro was, or the alley where Janes were killed, either would seem to be worthwhile points of interest. Like I said, I think we've pretty much seen what we've expected to discover here.
It is around 3:30 to 4, so you'd have, a couple more hours before the evening you had pseudo slotted to meet back up with them. So, which crime scene do you want to visit first?
Mm, I feel like Jane's is probably the better. It's the more recent one. I mean,
Mhm.
Justaro was killed
Hmm.
4 years ago. There's not going to be much left.
No, just Justara was killed. Was the one that
Yeah,
was killed before Jane's.
yeah, Justara was killed recently,
Oh,
but
I have.
Yeah,
I,
there is a
I,
different bard or a different pleasure union
Oh no, I'm just
representative.
reading the
Yeah,
wrong page of my notes. Never
yeah.
mind.
I
I
do
still think
think,
Jane's is a good direction, though.
yeah,
Ted.
I think Jane's is a good direction in part because we've got those 3 or 4 additional people that might be targeted next. That Jane's is sort of what they all have in common. So we can sort of cross off 2 birds with 1 stone.
Sounds good to me. Is that what you all would like to do?
Mm-hmm.
Cool. All right. Uh, Jane's Way itself is actually fairly near, as you walk over to that part of town, fairly near the Timid Octopus and kind of closer to the portion of that town that connects to the Pleasure Union, what passes like the Pleasure Union district or the, stretches of roads where a lot of those establishments are. Uh, as you get there, you realize like, okay, this makes sense from where you know that the button down is, because the button down is only about 10-ish minutes like up the road from here. And from the outside, Jane's Way, at the moment, lights are off. Nobody seems to be in there. The door has been like chained over. There's like a little note that has been left saying just closed, and another one that says active crime scene. Although you can see because of a placard over the top of it, this is Jane's Way. And the location of the crime scene was the alley behind this establishment. So you like walk to the side of the alley. Alley is pretty wide open. It's not a particularly claustrophobic one. There's a good amount of distance between it and the business next to it, which is just another tavern. You, as you walk, realize there is, similar to the Fifth Eye, there is a kind of apartment style thing attached to the back of here. There's a door, although it doesn't have a second floor. And referencing something in the file, you think like, okay, well, yeah, it was known that Jane's lived in an apartment in the back of her bar. And as you round the corner, you see a section of the alley has been, like, again, they've kind of, now there is actually a building that backs itself up probably about 10 feet, but a chain has been draped from like one side of from that building to the back of Jane's Way, sectioning off about 10 to 20 feet of a bit of alley behind this building. Feel free to give me whatever kind of checks you want to use. Scope this place out. Okie dokie. Beacon, as you are looking around, you get a hunch. It's odd. So you're considering like, okay, this person died here. You don't see immediately any like signs of like a struggle or of anything, though you do catch yourself looking up and realizing that this is like a second story building, the top of, or rather there's like a one story building here, but the building behind it is a two-story building. And you realize that there's a row of two-story buildings kind of connecting to it. And you get a sense that if something was going to kill someone here, uh, it would be pretty easy for them to jump from up high. As you're like kind of working through spatial perception on it, you realize like, well, you could probably do, you could make that jump down here. Zedicus, looking at kind of the more forensic side of things, you can see like where they've kind of chained off a very specific portion, although there doesn't appear to be anything interesting. There's no blood, there's no signs of a struggle. Though you do catch a kind of slight divot in the wall, that of the actual of in the wall of Jane's Way. Sev, you catch more or less the same thing. You see a divot, but you also see a handful more divots that lead their way up to the top of Jane's Way. And as you look closer, you get the sense that it could be like its hand or maybe its fingers. Like it's just pounding them into the wood very carefully to climb back up the building. Constance, you don't catch much of anything. Not much interesting. It appears to just be a normal alley. And you would all know that apparently Jane's died at around like 4:30 a.m. So the middle of the night.
Would there be any way to like look into those like climbing holes that it poked in the wall?
Yeah, look into how exactly.
See if there's anything remaining.
Yeah. I think with the 21, you don't see anything. And looking a little deeper, it looks like it is using like two or three fingers that is like pushed together and is just poking them into the wall and like spider climbing its way up.
Hmm. That doesn't. That feels weird, right?
Didn't have any handholds, so it made some. I climb up the building, though.
It may just be, while not the easiest method of escape, the least pursuable. Can I double jump up there?
Yeah,
Cool.
easy. Certainly on Jane's Way, which is only like a one story. And you are, with your perception of 24, like the sense that you got is that the attack, you don't think the attack came from the top of that building. You think it probably came from the top of the building behind it, which is like a two-story building and is like connected by two-story buildings. You're like imagining, like, yeah, I could definitely run across those. However, the
Is
fact that it climbed up on Jane's Way is interesting.
and what was the method of like, how did James die?
This one was a draining,
Okay.
so the whatever it did,
Uh-huh.
it wasn't one of the mundane methods.
Okay.
Yeah, you double jump up on top.
Yeah, yeah.
What you looking for?
Um, mostly like i- if this proves to be a vantage point, like is this a good spot to look out for someone to be coming out of the building, and a good spot to direct for a getaway.
Yeah, roll me a survival check, I think.
Fair enough. Oh, I'm skilled in that.
Okay. With a survival check, you kind of crouch down, and you find a spot that you're imagining if it was dark out, it would be pretty hidden. And the sense you're getting is that if something climbed up here, it sat for a bit, maybe to watch, because you can see where you are. You can very clearly see the crime scene, and you think you could be obscured while doing it. And from up here, you can also realize that if it had gone to the building across the street, the two-story building, it wouldn't have had a vantage point to look down and watch to see if anybody was coming. And as you
Mhm.
put that together, you take a step forward and see the like barest hint of kind of a splintered bit of wood, in the shape of like, you're not really sure, like a heel or a foot, uh, implying that maybe it took a step after however long it had sat here and jumped up onto the two-story building across the street.
So simply put, this was just the best spot for
Yeah.
observation.
Yeah, your suspicion is right. This is the best spot it had to observe the crime scene, implying that maybe it did this after it had killed Janes, and it just sat and waited to see if anybody would find it.
I'm gonna get down from here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, easy enough.
Okay. This was a good hiding spot for it afterwards, though it does not necessarily direct us in any way besides that as to why this location was chosen. In order to prevent and potentially catch the murderer. This construct, likely, we would need to be able to find a way that this position, place, connects to the last location and the others. I do not think that these were deliberate killings of individuals per se, but opportunities.
And you're sure it went after?
They nod.
Reasonably, yeah. You didn't roll incredibly well, but your suspicion
Mhm.
is, yeah.
Hmm. Very odd. It didn't. If it had been stalking and waiting for its victim, that would make sense. But
Worth considering, Zadakis, along that line that, yeah, this is the alley behind, like, you're standing presumably several feet away from where Jane's apartment would be. Jane's doesn't leave here to go home to somewhere. She lives in the back of the tavern, which is, like that wall right there on the other side of it.
hmm. I mean, the apartment's not far. If this was targeted, then maybe it was. I just don't understand why this intelligence would.
Perhaps it was a case of reconstituting energy.
Could be. Could be. Could.
Worth mentioning also that there doesn't appear to be any like immediate or obvious signs of quote unquote magic, whatever those would be. At least not from like, an immediate there's no like scorch marks on the wall or things implying some big kind of magic thing happened.
Perhaps observation of the apartment may point us all in the right direction.
Just out of curiosity, what time does the bar close? Jane's always close.
I think yeah, in the dossier that would have been one of those things that it would have closed around 3 a.m.
Okay, so it
Meaning she
makes
would have
sense,
been
right?
off duty for about an hour and a half before she died.
Well, probably much less than that because it's not like the bar closes and she just turns out the
Yeah.
lights and goes to, she's
Yeah.
right. So, yeah. So, I mean, that's what I'm getting at. If the murder happened at 4 a.m., like, it sounds pretty reasonable that, okay, she probably got off work and got murdered. All right. Yes, I don't know what else we can ascertain out here in the alley. So in we go.
Yeah, so the like area just around the side, again, more or less the exact same layout, sans a second floor to the fifth eye. There is a door. It is currently locked. So the lock seems pretty basic. It's not chained over or anything similar to some of the previous like crime scenes and doors. Do you just kick it down or do you try to like finesse it?
Uh, I'll try to get in. I
Mhm.
have
I will turn my back to Zadakis and just hold the badge out to no one.
Yeah. Yeah, you're just holding the badge down the alley to the left, like towards the street,
Yeah.
just in case anybody walks by.
Yep.
Yeah, it's
Time since I've had to do this.
easy. Like riding a bike, Zadakis. You like as you're doing it, you're like, oh, okay, it's all yeah, okay, it's coming back to you. You're good. You're good. There's one moment where you're like, and you almost break, like you almost break one of your trusty picks, and you're like, shit, course correct, and then click lock, it opens smoothly and easily, and the apartment is now open to you. It
I think
is
it's
a what
good.
was that? Sorry, go ahead.
Uh, I was just going to say, I think it's worth, while we're looking around, asking the question, why this victim? These victims don't seem to be completely random. Perhaps there is something here which can explain the choice.
Yeah, the most you would have been told that would be knowledge you already kind of have is that Justaro spent a lot of the bard that died spent a lot of time playing here,
Mhm.
which is part of why they're worried about everybody that has spent any significant amount of time here since Justaro, like in the space between Justaro dying and Jane's dying, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, you enter into this. It is a very simple room. There is like a small desk. There is a bed. The desk has a little like oil lantern next to it. There's not much else here. There's a little trunk that you can see it has been opened. Like it is the only thing in here that looks like it has been like rifled through. It is opened and there just appear to be like sets of clothing and such in it. But all of it appears to have been left or like packed up neatly where it was. What would you like to do? Or how do you approach the investigation of this room?
Mm. And bot. Did we remember? Were we told what the Greenbriers did? They weren't import exporters.
The gold steers?
Gold steers. That's it.
Yeah.
Not Greenbrier.
No, you weren't told other than they weren't the import export. That was the
Yeah, the first
like
ones.
yeah, the rows.
The rose.
Yeah, these were dwarven merchants of some kind. It wasn't really specified what they did.
Okay.
Other than that their connection to Justaro was they were like officially the patrons of Justaro, implying that Justaro might have spent some time there while whatever it is was watching. That's as best as they can figure. Feel free to roll, I guess, an investigation check in this place. Or perception, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just looking for anything out of place. I'm not looking for anything in particular.
Yeah. Yeah, Sev, you don't find much. It just looks like a room. Zadicus, you with a 24 in investigation find a essential like hidden bottom to one of the drawers in this desk, which includes not much of interest other than like the nightly tallies for like how business is going, and it includes the night. You can see the date. It includes the night that she died, meaning she made it back to here apparently and wrote down how much she had made that night, however many gold, and it had been put back. And the time for that is around 3:50 a.m. So pretty close to when they believe that she died.
Hmm. So she definitely had to come back. She came back here. She did what she was going to do, and then went back out. Why would you go back out at that late of a time after after a long day of work, I feel like the only reason you go out is if somebody you know and trust calls you. Otherwise, I mean, it's certainly not somebody you don't know. You're not picking up your shoes and going out at that point
Agreed.
just for no one. So
Hmm. Well, could also be investigating a noise. Her business is right around the corner.
3:30 in the morning, you wouldn't call someone instead? Well, I say call someone like this is a modern game.
Yeah. Constance, real quick with a 23.
Hmm.
You're looking for anything that's out of place, and it looks like you can kind of tell that uh, there's a general vibe that this place has been searched in a very cursory fashion, but that they didn't really move anything.
Hmm.
Like they kind of just came in and looked. What you do realize is that like the as you're kind of just glancing generally around the bed, uh, you see at the like bottom of, or rather to the side of the bed, there is like a single it's the only conspicuous thing in the room, which is there is
Hmm.
a sock. And the other sock, presumably, you don't see another pair, like you don't see boots. You don't
Hmm.
you see some other pairs of socks like put away in the drawer,
Hmm.
but you see like one sock just sort of left to the side of the bed.
Okay.
Yeah. It's like the only thing out of place in this room or not tidy. There's just a sock laying there. Looks like it was almost kicked underneath the bed, maybe. Like that's why nobody picked it up or looked at it. But yeah, that's what you
Okay.
got.
Um, I'll cast Mage Hand and just have my little octopus friend
Mhm.
go over and just give it a squish and see if anything's in there.
Nope, it just seems to
Just
be
a
like,
sock. All right.
yeah, it's a sock.
Cool beans.
It's just there's no second sock near it. There's no sock
Hmm.
underneath the, like you're
Hmm.
looking around for the other sock and you don't see its partner.
Hmm.
Cody, I swear to God, if this is some weird allusion to your one sock
It's
lifestyle,
not.
are you
Although
sure?
that's a good
Because
bit.
it sounds like it.
It's not. Although you're tempting me into doing that. But no, it's not. I will say
Um,
the general vibe you are taking from that, Constance,
mhm.
probably is that the other sock was on her.
Yeah.
Or like she managed to get that sock on, put her boots on, and then go out, but
Right.
didn't have enough time or couldn't find the other sock to put it on.
Right. I'll
But
just
she,
point.
yeah,
I'll point to the sock and just say to everyone, it appears she was in a rush when she left this apartment the last time.
The presumption that she has left with the intention of investigating something else seems more and more plausible.
Well, back whenever I was on the night shift on the ship, many times after a long shift, we'd, meet up and eat. Could be that she was just going out for breakfast. I don't know.
Okay, so what? Maybe she hears. How far from here is where Justaro was murdered?
it's it's on the same road as the button down. It's kind of deeper into the pleasure district, but it's still probably about 15 minutes away. So it's like 10 minutes to the button down, and then another 5 minutes like on foot up the road too.
Way too far away for her to have heard him being murdered and going out.
Yeah,
Just being.
yeah. Like you could probably, if you ran, you could probably get there, much faster. But that's like a 10-minute, with foot traffic, et cetera, et cetera. Yeah, way too far to hear somebody getting murdered there and go running.
Perhaps we should head to the final location so that we may have all pieces together before trying to assemble them.
Hmm. I just wish we had some sort of sign of what drew her out here and out of this place in the first place. But
I have a feeling it may simply just be some noise, something that was attempting to lure her back out. Are there occupied neighboring buildings?
Yeah, so the two businesses to either side of it are also taverns. One appears to be a little seedier. Another appears to be more like a more of a hotel kind of thing, although it only has a second floor.
If we were to ask the other locales nearby, any operants therein would likely be leaving or at least somewhat alert at the same time. If something had happened out in the alley, they perhaps may have heard.
hmm, good idea. There's two places. I will randomly select one of them. I'll start there.
As you are walking back out to the street, on a bench across the street, uh, sort of across the like thoroughfare, is a like older, very bedraggled looking human who is dressed very like raggedy, or human in this case meaning Arithian. Kind of stumbles to his feet, looks both ways at the non-existent traffic coming through, and like wanders over to approach. It says, "You're looking into her death. You're poking around back there."
Mhm, mhm.
Yeah.
You are
You,
Dart.
Yeah. How'd you know?
we are investigating.
Oh, right, right, right. You find anything?
Possibly. Tell me,
Uh,
were you here? You were here. What?
yeah,
And
I was sleeping.
mhm.
There
uh,
was I don't know. I don't
just
really.
describe best you can.
Yeah, I was sleeping, and then I heard. I think maybe I heard a yelling, but it kind of sounded like it was in my dream. And then I woke up, and it was. I drank a bit. I was in the bar. It was kind of spinny, but I heard another scream, and I was the one what found her. He like scratches at the like heavy stubble on one side of his face. Yeah, it was all like I don't know. I dried up, kind of.
So you heard
Yeah,
sounds, shouting, possibly screaming. Um,
yeah, but it was. I thought it might have like been a dreaming.
mhm. And then
I
heard
have those
more
dreams
again.
sometimes. Yeah, then I when I was awake, everything was kind of spinning, but I heard her scream, but it was like a scream and it stopped real quick. But it was quiet on the street, so I could hear it. And I couldn't run. I tried to run, go see it, but all I saw was her on the ground.
Were there others who came out as you had?
Oh no, no, I'm the last one there a lot of times because I'm over here. there were people in there earlier, but they left. I think I think I think I think Haley was at her table for a bit. She's nice. She gives me gets a copper sometimes.
Do you remember anything unusual from inside the bar that evening?
I mean, I was I was drinking, but no. That night was pretty quiet. There were some people who were passing through on the way to the pleasure district, but no, it was pretty quiet.
You mentioned it was pretty quiet that evening.
Yeah.
Had it been
It,
raucous or unusual
n-
evenings prior?
Sometimes it is like when the guy the one who sings and plays the string thing. Sometimes it gets it's lively. I haven't seen him in a while though.
Are you referring to Jestro?
I think yeah, I think so.
Sev kind of
He's
breathes
been
in
gone a
through his
bit.
teeth.
I don't know. It's been he's there like he was there like uh like a week and 2 weeks and a half ago maybe. Uh I don't remember. I haven't seen him since then, but he's a bard type, probably playing somewhere. He like scratches at his head a bit. Have you caught the one what killed Jane's yet? You gonna get her?
Not yet, I'm afraid. Working
You
on it.
gonna get him? Him? Her? Is it him or her? You know?
We don't, I'm
Okay.
afraid. But we are doing our best. We are looking into it. We will. I will press a couple gold pieces into his
Oh,
hand.
oh,
We will
oh,
do our best. You have been
oh.
invaluable. If
I
you,
mean, do I need to? You want like a? Is there like a chore you need doing? This is a lot of money, sir. What's your name?
I'm Zadicus. If
It's
you,
nice to meet. It's nice to meet you.
Mhm, mhm.
hmm You want? Is there chore? You want? Is there cleaning
No, no, no,
chores?
no, no.
Okay.
If you think of anything else,
Yeah.
contact.
Yeah.
Do you know where uh, Caro and Salvo? That's his name.
No. Who is that? Who is?
Okay.
All right.
I will do my best to give you the address.
Yeah, you like press like some instructions into his hand that he just blinks at blearily. Uh, okay, yeah. If you need me, I'll be here. There's also if I'm not here, there's a different bench. Is over that way. He like points vaguely off to like the east. Is over that way. Is looking at a tree. And I might be there too. But mostly
We'll
I'll
find
be
you.
I'll be here,
We'll
yeah.
find you.
Okay.
uh, s- s- um, really quick. Uh, as Zadicus is walking away, I'm going to like sort of Sev's helmet is gonna like she's gonna activate it and sort of lean into Zadicus and say, Hey, he's one of the ones that we should be keeping an eye out for, his safety, right?
I think this is the first time Sev has. This is telepathic, right?
No, no, no.
Oh,
She just activates her helmet so she doesn't like it isn't clear that she's whispering to somebody because her whole entire face is covered.
got it.
He's
Uh,
mumbling to himself, like, is it dreaming? Uh, eh, completely unaware.
Okay.
I think he is one of the ones we're supposed to watch for, but
Uh. Well, I know we're supposed to keep this all hush hush and stuff, right? To not make a whole big public scare, but you know,
mhm.
as far as opportunities go, late night in a back alley, pretty good murder opportunity. Guy sitting on a park bench, Construct can just pick him up and throw him in the alley. No one's gonna do anything in the middle of the night.
Mhm, mhm. I see your point. I see your point.
I mean, just like n- tell him to at least like sleep somewhere safe or something,
Am
or
I hearing this?
I mean,
Probably, you guys are a distance away from him.
yeah, Sev is being quiet, but she's not like, she's got to get through the armor somehow.
Hmm. Well, we should either find him a safer place to sleep or camp out and keep an eye on him while he sleeps on the benches.
um, actually, let me see something really quick. Do do do.
Why don't we
Um,
just pay for a room for our friend here that will keep him safe somewhere close, perhaps, to where we might be staying while we're here in Pendledock? I'm not sure we've actually made arrangements or had Caffney provide for us, but either way, somewhere that we can be reasonably close if we are concerned with Mr. Guard's safety.
um,
That
I
will require us to tone down the facilities in which we might usually stay while we're here, but I think that's for the case worthwhile.
what do you mean tone down? I stay at the Timid Octopus.
Okay, well, not all of us are. Some of us stay in nicer places. That's all I'm saying.
Oh, um, also, if you think it's a good idea for surveillance,
We could.
you from like around Sev's body coming from who knows where, a little shiny Skrelk just sort of winds up her body and ends up on her shoulder.
Oh
All right,
dear.
that's peculiar. Uh, back in the alley where Jane's was, there was that hotel to the two-story place. Perhaps we could all put up there. It seems to be reasonably central to everything that's going on, but we would still be able to keep an eye on Mr. Gart.
So we have decided not to use him as bait.
I think it's probably best if we don't. But
Hmm. Well,
Hey, do you all
that,
need me anymore? Or,
hold on, Mr. Gart. We
yeah,
may have
I
something
could
for you.
I could go sit down.
Well, why don't you go sit down and we will come
Yeah,
get you
go
if we
sit
need
down.
something.
Okay. Mr. Zadikis,
Hmm.
is this word north or is north, right? Like holds up the instructions you've given. It's north.
Yes, yes, it is.
Okay, good. Good,
I'll
good, good.
I'll walk Gart over to the
Yeah.
park bench.
Okay, with even not with like even the low passive perception, he doesn't smell very good. He smells like the kind of sour where like he is probably either currently drunk or like was drunk. Like definitely hasn't had a proper like bath or any form of cleaning in a while. As you like escort him back,
Yeah,
he
and I'll
like
return to the group.
yeah, he thanks you profusely. Is like, oh, what's your name?
My name is Constance.
Oh, it's great. It's great. It's good. Thank you.
It's
Oh,
nice meeting
thank you.
you too, Gart.
Oh, I'll be here. Like I said.
I will be right back.
Hmm. He like waves kind of cheerily and then goes back to like seeming to skim over with a look of intense concentration the instructions Zadicus gave him.
As I return, well, certainly getting a room would be best for Gart, but using him as bait might be best for the investigation.
Perhaps we should consider this more fully after we have investigated every crime scene.
Mm.
Very well. We should certainly get him a hotel room for the short term to make sure he does not disappear. I'll go walk over and get Gart, and I'll
Huh?
just walk him over to the hotel and...
Oh no, it's the bench is kind of it's all
Oh, but
right.
I
Yeah.
insist.
Oh, but what? But why though?
It,
Do
it
you
will
want
be
what do you
much...
want from me?
I want you to be safe. You will
What do you
be
mean?
safer in
What do
a
you mean
hotel
safe?
room.
Wait,
Well,
you think I'm in? Oh,
you
am
said
am I in danger?
you said yourself that you heard Janesway
Oh,
being murdered.
yeah.
That makes you a witness.
Oh, okay.
But if you are in the hotel, you are
Yeah.
safer. And if you are in the hotel where we know where you are
Mhm.
safer still.
Okay. Oh, yeah. That's a good. Can I leave? I can leave though, right? And like come back.
You are not a prisoner, but you are safer in the hotel room.
Okay. But yeah. But like, I got like evening activities that I do, so I might be
Yes,
leaving and then coming back.
very well.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Yeah, he like the this particular like in there isn't much of a sitting room. It seems to
Mhm.
have been mostly converted to like sort of rooms off of the main way, like
All right.
very hotel esque. And yeah, the person at the like reception is like a young like
Mhm.
looks like goblin woman is like
Mhm.
yeah hello, can I
Yes, I would
hey
like a room for the evening.
for Gart for you or for Gart?
For my friend Gart.
Right. Uh, that'll be. She eyes Gart up and down. 3 gold.
Very well. And I'll put 5 gold on the counter. Please see that he's taken care of.
Right. Sure thing. Hey Gart, down the hall to the right. You you want washed up or send in a bowl?
Please.
Right. Okay. Yeah. Go ahead, Gart. Um. Thank you for your patronage. Like she gets down from like a stool and puts a hand on like up onto Gart's kind of back and sort of escorts him down the hallway, looking back over her shoulder at you.
Mhm.
Should we be expecting you back, or
Oh, yes.
okay? You wanting rooms?
Not at the moment.
Okay, well, it might book up, but I don't know. Keep like I'll keep like a room for you, I guess, next to Gart's room probably.
Wonderful.
Yeah, maybe have one on each. The ones on either side of Gart's room, maybe. We'll
Hey,
about that.
speaking of which one is gonna be his?
Oh, it's like 7 down there. So one she like gestures to the right, 2 gestures to the other side, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It goes down to like 10.
It's got a window, right?
Yeah, it's got a window. We don't really have one that doesn't have a window.
So Sev just sort of looks down the hallway and sees counts which one is 7 and then walks out and deploys Mecha Skrill.
Yeah, Mecha Sprout. Every time it deploys, it lets out a really like high pitch, like ding, almost like an old phone, like ringing, like ring. That's very jarring for those that aren't expecting it. Yeah, where do you send your little homunculus friend?
Skrill, I'm going to first say, hey, you gotta stop ringing. Like, man, I thought this was gonna be funny.
Yeah, it's occurring to you now. The sounds you gave it are like this and like an alarm sound.
Okay, well, just like the just ring only at me, okay?
There is silence.
Man, I think I flew too close to the sun. I think this is just too close to Skrelk. Okay,
There's silence.
well, watch his window, just perch up on the windowsill, and run back to me if there are any, shiny metal folks, you know, that are trying to get in or are in his room, okay? Oh, caveat, they gotta be, like, around 6 foot some. Just come back to me and, yeah.
Yeah, it makes a sound like the one clear like ting of like a one of those like alert things that the you see in like a hotel, the like to get somebody's attention, like ding.
Mhm.
The little bell.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know why it was that hard for me to reach Bell, but it was. Just some internal mechanism just goes ding.
Mhm. Alright, see you later. I mean, yeah.
Yeah, you're noticing now that you see it like, outside of your workshop, kind of in the field. Uh, you've made a metal facsimile of Skrelk, and Skrelk's movements are already kind of disconcerting to begin with. Done mechanically and kind of in the like pseudo realistic way you have made this mecha Skrelk. It is pretty weird to look at.
Perfect.
Beautiful in a really like fucked up. This is not natural at all kind of way. It
Perfect.
like
Just my style.
yeah, it skitters its way up onto the roof, and you can see it is like lodged itself, and then the front of its neck just extends out a few inches and just anchors to look straight down towards where the window is. It's not super conspicuous, but if anybody like knew to look for it, yeah, they could see this little mecha Skrelk head craned straight down.
I love it. I love this little guy.
Or that makes one of you.
Yeah, the rest of you, I don't know. Is everybody else like present when you do that, Sev? Or do you like step outside for a second to deploy it?
Well, I just leave, deploy it, and wait outside
Yeah.
for everyone. So if
Okay.
everyone else is leaving at the same time, they'll
Mhm.
definitely see Sev deploy this shit.
Yeah, you see again a fairly decent facsimile of Skrelk, but somehow it is more upsetting to look at its locomotion when it's in like this sort of little tick-tock clockwork form.
I don't even want to know what this have. I don't even.
Huh?
Anyway, now that he's seen to, perhaps we should head to the last crime scene and we can, I don't know, maybe find some answer that helps us get our investigation moving.
Alrighty, I think that is a good spot for a 10-minute break if everybody's good with that.
Mhm.
Mhm.
Investigations. 10-minute break starting now, 10:17 being approximate return time.
Mhm.
How's everyone doing?
Very good.
Forgot about your goddamn mecha scroll.
Mhm.
You
I do too.
gotta like go back and look at homunculus servant's stats.
So I remember from Mecha Pandarin, they're not like
Yeah.
super. I mean, they're not a familiar. Not that
Yeah, no.
familiars have amazing abilities or anything. But you need you need a little sneaky guy. They'll do the job for you.
Yeah, it is
Yeah.
certainly sitting on the top of the roof with its head anchored straight down to watch.
I like to think of it as like a little CCTV camera that just instead of like you having to watch the footage, it just runs to you when it gets something. Because those old CCTV blah 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 security cameras didn't have the best resolution, so things are hazy at best. But
Yeah.
it can see a person.
It's got a passive perception of 14 and dark vision 60 feet, which is not nothing.
Yeah.
It can.
See again, exactly.
The
It's
main thing is the stipulation of how it will figure out how to return to you.
oh right, it isn't a familiar.
Yeah. Like if you're nearby, you could like if you call like yell, it'll know. But yeah, you can't like pop it out and pop it back in.
What
I think. What are you saying, Ted?
I'm confused by the phrase "pop it out and pop it back in."
Yeah.
Even oh, you mean
Like
of
Like
existence?
like a familiar, yeah. You can
Okay,
just like
yeah.
boop, boop. This little friend can just try to run to you as best as it can. I'll make a token that's a fucked up grayscale Skrulk for you. Just just give me a bit.
I'm probably gonna do you one better and try and model my mecha skill.
Skrulk is essentially an owl head on a like furry snake-esque body with front like talons like an eagle,
Mm-hmm.
like the size of a small dog. I am back. Also, don't yell at us, Craig. Who else is here?
You.
I'm here.
I have taken my shoes off. I've kicked my feet back. I have petted a cat. I am centered. I still have one. I still have both socks on. Get off my ass. Fine. I'm taking one sock off. Although I might still do that.
You do you, man. You do what you gotta do.
I could feel Max's judgmental eyes watching my sock on my one sock or two sock approach. Got in my head now.
Sorry, one sock? What do you mean?
Sometimes
Oh,
I just keep one
Here
sock
we
on,
go.
one sock off. sometimes.
Is it like an overstimulation thing?
Kinda. It's also like a temperature thing. Like I don't want all of the feeling of being in sock, but I'd also like some not being in sock.
A sort of one leg out of the blanket situation.
Yes, exactly. You understand.
I would be.
Not my thing, and a very interesting approach to which I would have never thought. But like, no, I understand completely.
You're the
I
only
would
one
be-
ever.
I would be very interested for you to purchase like some like wristbands,
Yeah.
right? And try them on your ankles and see if instead of one sock on one foot and no sock on the other foot, if like half sock on each foot.
Half sock. You mean like get some like sweatbands? Like some
Yep,
sweat
that's exactly
wristbands?
what I'm talking about. Yep.
Yeah. Half sock on each foot. I think the material of a sweatband would annoy me. It'd have to be like a really soft one, and not like a.
All you got to do is go see my man Terry. Get some of Terry's cloth.
Yeah, I was waiting for that. We got to get some of Terry's cloth.
It is completely inevitable.
The Terry's powerful cloth. I feel like. I guess I could go on Amazon and buy like. I bet you could buy a half sock, like a fingerless glove,
Right.
but
Or I mean,
No,
you're really complicating it. The other thing you could do is just cut the toes out of some old socks.
Maybe, yeah. I feel like, but
when
They
you
do
said
that for yoga.
when
Really?
you said half sock, I
Yeah.
imagined like those artist gloves that are like sort of just like the back, like the two fingers and the palm sort of thing to
kinda.
keep your mitts off the tablet.
Uh-huh.
Like one of those, but for your feet. It
I
totally was
mean,
a horrible thought.
the idea of the idea of toeless socks is disturbing to me for some reason.
It's
Not
it's an arch support that's designed to let you still be barefoot, so that
okay.
like for yoga specifically, it's so you can actually
Yeah.
still have grip and use your toes and stuff. But
Okay.
yeah,
Wait, sort of like an inverse Muay Thai sock?
Yeah, I think it would be.
It's
Wait, hang on.
wait, hold on.
Hang
Is
on.
it covering the toes or is it like squeezing the arch of your foot?
I've seen some that are just squeezing the arch of the foot. I've seen some that are like set like a thong, where like a shoe where like it stretches between. It's like suspended like in your between your big toe and your next toe.
Oh no. I don't like that feeling. That's like when flip-flops do it, I hate it.
Yeah, me too. That's why I never wear them.
Toe in between toe feeling. It's a bad feeling.
Mm-hmm.
I like a slip on. I guess sandal and flip flop. What flip flop? Which one? I can't think about this till later. I'm about to get into like philosophical. What is flip flop? What is sandal? Okay, that kind of.
Okay, yeah, that's like a Muay Thai sock.
Yeah. The material looks challenging.
That one's like that was
Yeah.
like the first one that I found. That
You
one's
don't
like
want
a
to knit it in.
stylish one, I guess. But
Just a normal sock that like you cut the bits out of.
I've got one here that's an act of violence, but the image is too big for me to copy it.
I feel.
Here we go.
Huh.
Oh no.
I don't care for
Yeah,
that
that's
too
bad
much.
shit.
I
That's
don't care for
terrible.
that too much.
Oh,
Toeless
awesome.
socks.
But
You
they
want
have
some?
grippies on the bottom.
They do have
Yeah.
grippies, but you can just buy socks with grippies. Is the thing.
Well, you can
Yeah.
also buy socks with toes. I mean, they
Touche. You know?
they have the whole toe, so it's not quite like these.
Yeah.
But
Okay. That's one of those shoes what got,
Yeah, but that one's a sock.
but a sock.
Yeah.
The toe full socks are interesting, certainly.
I see. It's the flip flop thing, but on all your toes.
It's a foot glove.
No.
Yeah.
This is better.
It's a foot glove. Gloves gotta have. Well, hold on. Then a normal sock is just a foot mitten.
Yes, correct.
Okay.
I don't know, because a mitten's got a thumb.
Yeah,
Mm.
that's true. This is categorically a foot glove, though. This
Well,
thing
gloves
here.
also have thumbs, so by that same logic, it cannot be a foot glove. It is a sock. Cody, we have gone full circle.
Don't know. This feels like a foot glove.
Your toes don't have thumbs.
They don't. It's true, but I'm done with this. Is everybody? This is
Hold
getting
on, I've
more.
got one more that actually is like
It's getting more eldritch as
probably
you
actually
go.
the worst thing I think I've ever seen
No.
in this
Do it.
category anyway.
Oh, for
Are you
fuck's
come on?
sake! For
what
oh,
the
that's
fuck is
You know
up with
what?
the big toenail? Like
that's
the
hateful.
fishnet doesn't
Yeah.
even bother
Whoa.
me.
Hold on. It's true.
I'm
They got a.
I'm just letting you know, if you post one more picture like this, it's going to summon Quentin Tarantino into
Yeah,
this
you're
Discord
really.
server.
Yeah, it's true.
I'm gonna leave.
What
I
is the
mean,
like?
I was planning on purging the chat because I don't like looking at this either.
You are going to summon whatever the like Batmite version of Quentin Tarantino is, like a little like fourth dimensional Quentin Tarantino. That's just
I don't like the fact that you
How
don't
did-
think that that's already what Quentin Tarantino is as a
you're not
person.
wrong.
How did this person get a job as a foot model? Seriously, what's
Yeah.
wrong?
That toe is no good. That big toe, that's got some bad cartilage or something. I don't know.
Honestly, I think it's just a bad Photoshop.
Think so?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, that's
Fair enough.
fair.
I mean, it's the alternative is a tumor. So like, I guess yeah, is some kind of sebaceous formation. So like, I don't know. Photoshop is more comforting to think of. Is everybody back?
Yeah.
Jen,
Max.
Hey,
Adam.
I'm here.
Duximus.
Yes.
Sev. Ted.
Yeah.
Okay.
Say, Jen,
Go ahead.
would you like to start a band with me called Sebaceous Formation?
that's fucking disgusting.
Ah, that's challenging.
That's what I'm here for.
She didn't say no. She's gonna type no.
She's got 3 seconds
Yeah.
to say no.
The
Oh,
window's
me?
closing. Yeah.
Sorry. What was it? I wasn't listening.
Don't worry.
Yeah. Catch the recording.
Right.
I'm gonna say
I'm reading the vibe of the room, and I definitely should not repeat myself.
Alrighty, so you all were going to go down the ways a bit to the last crime scene, yes? The alley outside of the come one, come all.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Okay, yep. It is, by the time you get there, it is around 6, approaching evening time. The sun has not yet set. Or as much as the sun sets in the sea, I should say. It has not gone down below the overlayer. And yeah, as you approach, it is a rather gaudy looking establishment. Like somebody has covered a lot of the the outside of the building with like different colored papers, it looks like, almost like wrapping paper, although it is very clear like falling apart in places, and has been like kind of patchwork replaced. Outside, one second. Yeah, outside is a bouncer standing at the door, who eyes you up. It is a Resh individual.
I show him the badge.
Yeah, he glances a little closer at it, and says,
I'm walking past him.
"Oh, I mean, you hear about the killing? Yes.
Mm-hmm.
You want to wait
Are
a sec?
there other things we should be investigating here?
Not specifically, no, but
Mhm.
if you want to wait about a half hour, Sarum will be here. He was working the night it happened. His shift starts. What time is it? He like looks at the sun. Uh, that's pretty soon.
Okay, put one.
Wonderful. He can talk to us when he gets here.
Hmm. Okay, it happened. I think like middle of the night. Kind of hooks a thumb over there roundabouts. You see in this like place, the lights are starting to come on. There are these like street lights that are like like well lit around some of the establishments, but kept dim around some of the others. So the establishments to the left and right of the Come One Come All both have their lights kind of kept more dim. Although the Come One Come All has lights that are like very, very bright, and like conspicuously bright on this row as you see them all start to come to life. And the area he hooks a thumb, you see first off there is still again this like kind of chained up square they've made of the place where the individual appears to have died. And they've also chained more or less the entire like alley closed off near it, which would be if you're facing the Come One Come All, it's to the alley to the right of it, basically. And yeah, feel free to give me an investigation or perception as you kind of check out the area. Nice. Yeah, Beacon and Constance, you don't catch much of anything. You're looking around. You can see that there doesn't appear to be any signs of struggle or anything. Sev, looking at the like area around, you don't see any signs of like conspicuous like you don't as you like peek into the alley, you don't catch any like holes in the wall or anything like that. Although you do see a very slight scuff on the ground, kind of about 5 feet behind where the murder apparently took place. Zadicus, uh, you're in the zone now. You like look down at the spot where the this would have been Justaro died. It is kind of perfectly placed in between the light of one lantern on the street and the dim light of the other. So like a space of darkness basically. And as you're looking, you realize the alley would have been completely in darkness as well. You can even see as the sun is, slowly working towards setting. It is being heavily like shaded. You catch kind of following Sev's eye. You catch the very clear outline of a something heavy dropping and a very clear like foot indentation as it hit the ground and seems to have cracked a couple of the cobbles here. And judging by where it came from, something jumped from up on like the roof, essentially. In this case, that is quite a bit higher. These establishments are like 5 or 6 floors high. So as you like crane your neck back to look, like if something jumped, yeah, the reason why the crack happened here is because it fell quite far. As you step into the alleyway, Zadakis, and sort of glance, you do catch the telltale signs of the cracks as if it scaled back up the side of one of these places. Specifically, the building that's next to the Come One Come All, that pleasure establishment, it has the telltale like finger sort of grip signs as if it climbed back up the side, back up top. And yeah, that's what you got so far. You are dialed in, Zadakis.
I was seeing another perch, presumably after the fact. I don't suppose there was nothing left up on his perch the last time, was there?
Not that you saw Beacon.
No.
Yeah, because judging by the like height of the building, this thing fell very far. Like, it's no wonder it cracked the cobble just by landing. That you would have, with a 24 in investigation, you would have thought that would have made a pretty big noise.
Either everyone heard the fall and came out to find out, would have come out to find out what was going on, but that doesn't make sense since only our friendly bard was dispatched.
It would appear that this construct is whatever it is doing that drains essence as it has been described. It is done incredibly quickly. Even our primary investigator, in the explosion he witnessed, lost significant nervous capability in only a brief moment.
Hmm.
Such a thing could be capable of performing this act and then abruptly leaving without being seen. It was already described as being incredibly fast.
After about 20-ish minutes of kind of checking around this area, most of that is spent, Zadakis, by you like meticulously like following the path, figuring out exactly like what it did, how fast it did, and yeah, based off of what Beacon said or what Beacon suggested, you would think this thing did move incredibly quickly. If it managed to scale up the side of a building before anybody, came around the side to see, even as the like light is getting, more and more dim, uh, there would still be a silhouette of it in the alley scaling a building. Like somebody who looked in the alley would look and see it climbing up. Uh, Seeing all of you like kind of milling about the street, a larger, dressed in kind of leather with a billy club at his waist, a ram man, comes kind of sauntering up. Says, "Are y'all the investigators?"
Mm-hmm.
You need a statement? Because I got one.
You are our witness then?
Yep. It was about between 4 and 4:30, middle of the night. I was on shift. Bard came out singing happily, whistling, headed off around here. I clocked him, wasn't really paying much attention though. Looked back the other way. He like hooks a thumb to the street, kind of the opposite direction. Singing got cut off real fast. Looked over, saw a flash of some kind of white. It's like light, but not light. It's kind of, I don't know. I went running, saw the corpse, looked to my left, saw a streak of something up on the building. That's about all I got, though.
Before, was there any sound? Did you hear anything?
No, I heard is is weird because heard the whistling, right? Bard there was whistling real loud, kind of humming, singing, and then it was like just quick stop. I didn't hear anything else though. Just stopped all of a sudden. Then I saw the white light. He kind of looks speculatively at like the lanterns. He's like, I don't know. It's not like a light I've seen before from like lanterns or like. I guess you can make a white light, huh? But it was pretty bright for like a second. Then it was gone.
And that's when you found Gestaro.
Yeah, I came running. I saw it out of the corner of my eye. Heard the stop and turn. Saw like bright light. Came running over. Didn't really see what made the light, and I kind of saw like a something going straight up on building next door, off in that alley there. It was about all I got though. I know it's not super helpful. Kind of scratches his head.
More helpful than you might suppose.
Mm.
Um, you and your friend Bex, are you? We are concerned that there may be, as a witness, of course, you are.
I'm sorry. Who's Bex? I noticed a lot of people. As a reminder, Bex was just one of the Bex and their partner were two of the people who were like regulars at the bar.
Mm.
This dude's
Oh,
just the bouncer here.
oh, I thought okay. I thought this
Yeah.
was the guy that we were waiting on.
No.
My bad.
Yeah. Well, this is the guy you're waiting on. His name is Sarum, and he's like the night shift bouncer at the Come One Come All.
Got it.
Yeah.
They were both Resh. It threw me.
Oh no.
Yeah. He like glances down at the place where the body was, and he's like, the body wasn't really normal. It seemed like you ever seen like like jerky, like when you leave meat with like salt on it and dry it.
I am fully
Yeah.
aware of what jerky is. Thank you
Yeah,
for the
it was like
image.
that. It was kind of fucked. Y'all know who did it, or you at
Working
liberty
on
to
it.
say? Oh, okay. Well, need anything else from me, or anything I could do to
Nope.
help with the
Not right now, I don't think.
All right, I'll be over in front of the door, letting people in and out. Name's like I said, name's Sarum. Feel free to, come on. Is pretty boring to be honest. So like, just come on and ask me anything else, or maybe I'll help you out. Kind of trails off. Right. Yeah. Turns and goes walking back off to stand in front of the door.
We'll let you know.
So yeah, what is it you would like to do now? Anything else in this area?
Um, hmm.
Do we want to ask about the victim at all?
Just Starro the Bard?
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, you could.
Yeah.
I'm asking the smarter people.
You also have like confirmation for the first time that whatever it did like it did the thing here.
Yeah.
Is like the first primary account, I should say.
How well did? How often was Justaro here? Was the night that he was killed? Was that a regularly scheduled night? Did he even schedule his appearances, or did he just sort of show up?
Oh, he doesn't really schedule. This isn't really kind of schedule sort of place. He was here about once a month or so. This was his monthly constitutional, I guess.
Ah,
Yeah.
yes. Right. Customer, not entertainer.
hmm
Mhm, mhm.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I don't think he was a. I don't really know. He might have been entertaining in there. I think though he was mostly. I knew him as a customer at least. That's how he's he's checked in by me, I guess.
Hmm. I know this is. No, never mind. That's not worth. That
Hmm?
won't get us
Okay. I mean, you sure? I see lots of things.
Where does he usually go when he leaves here? Has he ever said? Does he just go home? Does he go off to
I don't.
entertain somewhere? Why would he have gone through that particular alley? Is what I'm trying to figure out.
It's a good question, I guess. I don't know. He goes in that direction a lot. I don't know why he'd go off in that alley though. He didn't. He didn't make it like whole way into the alley. Kind of just like took a couple steps over there out of the light. At least as far as I could tell. You see, he like glances over at the chained off like little section.
Mhm.
And was there sound of any kind?
Just whistling.
Which you said stopped immediately.
Yeah, I looked at him, I saw him. He took a couple steps, kind of entered into that dark bit. I looked the other way, and then it was he like snaps to like emphasize quick. And I looked back and by the time I looked back, flash, sound like whistle cut off. I go running. I look, flash up like straight up, and then gone.
Was he a known person's?
Who, Jastaro? I I guess. I mean, he was a bard, so probably people knew him. He's technically a regular here in that he's here like once a month or so. At least this is the times I've seen him.
I don't
Do you
suppose he
know?
said if he. Go ahead.
Do you know if he owned any servant constructs?
I don't know. Maybe. He didn't seem like he had that much money. That's big money unless you get like a little, maybe a little one. Maybe like a little one you could get in your pocket. Like a wind up one. Maybe one of those. But he didn't kind of throw that money around here that I know of. I'd know if he was a high paying, I guess. I've been meaning to ask because, like, you all are investigators. Like, like, is it like, is it, is it like magic? I don't know much about magic. Feels like it's probably magic.
What are you asking about specifically?
I don't know, like the flash. Is it like magic light? How it also went straight up, which is it like, is it flying?
It may be very well simply put that it is capable of incredible acts of athleticism.
Oh,
Magic could also explain the sudden silence, but I don't know. We don't have any. Don't suppose one of you. Well, no, never mind. Any
The sudden silence could
it's
also be explained by, the
death.
assassination.
Yes, I get that. I
Although the abruptness of silence is not necessarily entirely explained by death. This
I come.
thing
This
We
thing
came
know
fell
from
how
high
multiple
above.
stories. Yes.
Yes.
So yes, the cause of death kind of does explain the
It doesn't, because a large mechanical thing fell 2 stories onto the ground and no one heard it.
Yeah, no, you're right.
Hard enough to
wait,
shatter
you're
the
saying
floor here.
you saying it jumped from up there? How did?
Fell would be perhaps
That's
more.
like 4 or 5 though. Like,
Mhm.
I would have heard that. I'm pretty sure.
You would have,
It's
yes.
like a boom or something.
You and everyone for several blocks,
Yeah,
I imagine.
that's a bit. That'd be big. I don't. Maybe not. Like, I don't know if it's magic. Maybe not. It's got magic feet.
It's possible simply that it is capable of creating utter silence temporarily.
Which would almost certainly not be a feature of. You may. I don't think we have any more questions for this
How
gentleman.
would it think something can do that?
Thank you for your cooperation. And I
Okay.
will wrap an arm around this dude's waist and just start walking him
Oh,
away.
okay. Well, yeah. All right. Like I said, I'll be
If
over
we have any
here.
questions, you'll be by
Yep.
the door.
Yep.
Yes,
Yep.
yes, I
Yep.
understand.
Yep. Okay. Yeah, he's standing at the
You,
door, but his head is very clearly watching all of you, and like he's clearly straining to try to hear you.
you've been most helpful.
Uh-huh. Yeah. Oh, thanks. Like, is anything to help, Like just, I'll be here. I'll be here.
I imagine the ability to create an area of silence is not a standard part of this Guardian drone's repertoire.
Certainly not, Sev.
Yeah, I was gonna say I can probably make the assumption that
Yeah,
no.
absolutely not.
Yeah, I mean, neither is the soul stealing blade, but neither here nor there. We know it
Yeah.
has extra abilities.
Hmm.
Good thing we now know one of them specifically. Wait, hold on. Can any of you create a zone of silence?
Yes,
Could I run an experiment with you really quick?
certainly. What did you have in mind?
Sorry. You can have the other half of my sandwich. I just cast it wherever, somewhere that's not gonna affect anything, and Sev will cast detect magic.
All right. So Constance, do you cast silence?
Yeah.
Okay. Are you
I'll
normally casting the silence or detect
Yeah, I'll
magic or
just.
which? Yeah.
No, I'll take the 10 minutes to cast it as a ritual.
Yeah, because
I'll also, or can I ritually cast this?
detect magic. Yeah,
Yeah,
I
no,
believe so.
same.
Yeah.
I think
Artificer's ritual.
are
cast.
artificers ritual casters?
I think
They
so.
are.
Right?
Yeah.
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 Okay.
Then yeah.
Which of you starts first? Actually, this is important.
Um, Constance.
Okay. Yeah, Constance. Silence goes off. Sev, you are. It goes off, and you can immediately see the kind of shape of the bubble of quiet that Constance is making. That is pinging very clearly with, I believe, illusion magic. Uh, as your eyes look over, like as you're looking and your eyes look over towards where the body is, you see something really strange. Immediately you see like a kind of, it almost looks like a bleeding out of uh like something in the shape of something there that is just throbbing with several schools of magic, very, very bright. Yeah, it was, sorry. It is like it, and you also can now see like a trail leading as far as you can see, like within the 30 feet, off back into the alleyway, but it like throbs with conjuration, necrotic, and illusion magic. And like I said, it's the fact that it's still around this much time after is weird. And the feeling you're getting of it is you can almost like see it in the shape of the thing. You can see where the necrotic flash happened right over where the body was. You can see the sort of like throbbing of like the like bleed out from the silence or whatever it is that it did. That looks rather similar actually now that you're looking at it to the silence that Constance is currently emitting. The conjuration is a bit more subtle, but it is layered kind of throughout the weird ghostly sort of shape that you can see. It is not moving or anything. It appears to almost be like sort of locked static. But yeah, you catch all of that in a second, Dev. And that is what you're currently looking at.
Uh, okay, Constance, thank you very much. That was super useful to me. Do me a favor, drop that for me. I need to
Mhm.
take a better look at whatever the fuck this is. She, her eyes are just like darting behind the visor of her helmet, and
Uh-huh.
she's just like, "Oh shit!"
Yeah. Feel
uh, uh,
free. Go ahead.
as she like walks up to the crime scene, she'll like turn back to everyone and say, "Okay, so I can detect a magical silence field. So if this thing ends up attacking one of the folks that we're supposed to safeguard, potentially, um, I can see it when it's deployed. So that's one cool thing. Um, Second thing, there's a whole bunch of latent magic around here. Uh, and she'll describe what she's seeing.
Do you suppose that the silence is emitted from a device? An object that would be able to be found again, predetermining the next victim?
Sev, give me an Arcana check as you're kind of like following and looking at the like bleed out of this trail.
Okay. With guidance.
Hmm.
No,
Don't forget you
don't.
got Flash of Genius.
Oh shit! No, you're
Roll your D4 though.
okay.
Okay.
Flash genius.
So that gets up to a 19. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So uh there it this isn't really your realm of expertise. This is like the first thing you are kind of aware of is that like the mechanica part of this, the like engineering part, does not explain what you're looking at. What you're looking at here is very clearly like if it is a magic item, and it might be, it is magic, not like your version of like technological magic, right? Not like an artificer's magic. Though, what you do kind of notice as you're following it back to the alley, first off, there's a little like ping of some kind of illusion magic, very like localized in the alley. Uh, and also you are now noticing that the first off the sort of shape of the thing is, instead of it being like for lack of a better word, like external somehow, it feels like the silence is just bleeding out from the rest of it, like the rest of the magical shit is, like the conjuration and the necrotic, and to a lesser extent the illusion, if that makes sense. And further with a 19, whatever this thing is, for it to give off this while it's doing its spells, it's not particularly stable. If it's just flashing magic this hard and leaving this kind of like after image burned into reality behind it, it strikes you as incredibly unstable, whatever it is.
I will relay that information to the party and add. I guess that makes sense why the one that our private investigator friend encountered while he was on the force was so fallen apart, because that's not sustainable. And I also mentioned, or rather, so you said it was like static, right?
By static, I mean it's not really. So when I say static, I mean as in it is not moving currently, right? It is a fixed sort of after image. It's not like playing out the events. It's not like dynamic, right? It's not like it's a
Right.
like a loop. It's just
But
a
does
fixed
it
like
give us like
after
a
image.
trail?
It's like a fixed trail. You can almost see like the shape of it moving into the alley and then ascending up the wall, at least as far as your 30 feet can see.
Um, can I will ask the party. So I see a trail. Can we follow it?
Yeah, if you can lead us the way.
You got it. Sev is going to go ahead and try and follow that trail.
The current issue is that it goes straight up the side of a building.
Um,
So you can clearly see it up there. It's just that it's going straight up the side of a building. And the building is like 4 stories tall. Or rather 4 floors in this case.
anybody have a rope?
How tall does 4 stories make it? 40 feet?
Hang on.
Because I'm about to pull out a
Yeah.
fucking jump calculator.
It's about 40, yeah, it's about 43 feet.
No need. Well, hold on.
I have a double jump
Yeah.
ability.
That's fair.
They've got a Mario hop.
Um, well, Sev is going to, we said about 40 feet.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to toss my rope to ducks and say, "Hey, tie your rope to that one and toss it back to me." And she like crouches down and like presses her ankles on each side and casts spider climb.
Okay, yeah, you like for as you do because it is concentration, like in that moment you like the sort of afterglow goes dark and you see everything mundane. But you do easily scale up oh I'm reading. So you can reach out and grab something 16 feet off the ground. So pretty pretty fucking close, right? You can just
I
double.
can't. I don't think I can make it, but
Yeah,
I get. That's
you can
pretty far up.
yeah, you can get you could get close. Not quite to like be able to grab onto the lip, I think.
Yeah, that's
But yeah,
fine.
Sev, you scale to the top easy. Clink, 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 clink as you sort of slide up the side of the building, very smooth. And yeah, you're on top of the building. You can't see the trail with detect magic going away. But you can see as you like look, you can see very clearly like a kind of runway of sort of like around 10 to 15 feet intervals between the buildings where you think it runs and then it jumps and then like if it's following the top of the buildings, it's just running and jumping to the next building over and then jumping to the next building over.
Hmm. Oops, sorry. God damn it. I wanted to close that. Anyways,
Yeah, you let the rope down. You see there are a few curious like passerbyers at this point who are just traveling along the thoroughfare, like watching you up on the roof. Up on the roof.
just a small metal woman on the roof.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll I'll throw down the rope. maybe a chitin in there, and if I don't have a place to
Mhm.
hold it on.
Yeah, I think anybody who wants to scale, taking your time, easy enough. You want to hop up on the roof, especially once somebody like Ducks or Beacon gets up there, they can pretty easily pull one of the others of you up.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, you're all kind of up on the roof. Again, I would say it's about 13 feet between each rooftop.
Um, Seb is gonna deactivate her boots, and
Mhm.
she's gonna ritually cast detect magic
Yep.
again.
Just hang out for 10 minutes again.
Sorry, I know it takes a little while to warm up.
At this point, the sun has gone down, and it is like into the kind of dark point.
Can we just take a look up here while ritual's
Mhm.
getting cast?
If give me a survival, I think.
Hmm.
Yeah, you don't catch anything. Anybody who wants to actually can give me a survival or I believe investigation check. Say to kid. Uh, Craig, you monster. Almost done, Craig. Just chill.
Now recording.
Okay. So, Craig's like, it's bedtime. Go to sleep. Beacon, you don't catch anything. Ducks, you can see a couple like of the telltale markers of actually Ducks, you're at an 8, right? There's no guidance.
Can't I cast guidance on myself?
Oh, yeah, you can. Okay. Just making sure. Yeah, with a 12, you and Constance both very clearly catch like the sort of heavy footsteps. This area up here, not many people are walking around up here. So it's actually kind of conspicuous to see like the place that somebody has clearly stepped. And there is even a bit of broken roof where they like seem to have hit the edge of it and in the force of their jump to the other side have broken a bit of the roof. Uh yeah, Zadicus with a 22 in investigation. All of that, you do see the bit of the broken roof. You catch over in the sort of off to the side, another like this time much smaller panel. This kind of armored panel that seems to have fallen off of the thing. This one doesn't seem to be damaged in any way. It seems to have just fallen off on its own, maybe. You don't know where it would quite slot in exactly, but it doesn't appear to be like rusted or particularly like messed up in any way. It just looks like it simply fell off.
We fell off.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, like I said, it's unstable. Can't keep itself together. If the longer it goes on, the more sort of horrifying it's gonna look.
Sev, with your detect magic kicking in, you can very clearly see the path of it heading over towards the roof. It's still throbbing, although the one thing you do notice is that as it seems to move, it becomes less and less pronounced in terms of its like bleeding out. You can also now see over on the corner of the building, sort of facing where it could look down and see somebody below, the shape of it, of where it maybe stood as it was looking down. And as you are walking over to the edge of the roof, to like, you can see to the roof on the other side, where it had apparently jumped, the like trace it's leaving behind of itself is growing visibly less uh, visibly less like pronounced as it goes. You could still faintly see it out on the edge of your 30 feet. It'd be like basically half the length of the next roof. But it
Huh.
is very clearly like bleeding out less or making less of a trail.
So, and correct me if I'm wrong in my assumption, because Sev also like, oh boy, okay, because so I guess the magic is so strong it leaves behind this trail that just sort of wanes after its attack. It seems
Give
because I
me
have
one last Arcana check.
because it seems like I have a full picture from it killing our victim and leaving, but then it fades, and we also don't have the it approaching part of it either. You said Arcana
Yeah, one last Arcana check.
with guidance.
hmm
Oh
Oh,
no!
If
Fucking
you
fuck!
cast with guidance, you lose concentration.
Oh, do I?
Yeah,
Shit.
oh,
yeah,
yeah,
guidance is
you would.
concentration spell.
I will use an inspiration.
Okay.
Flash of genius with that
Okay.
as
Get that up to a 21. So
well.
for 21, you're learning a lot on the fly about spellcasting, just raw output spellcasting that you weren't really aware of, because it's not strictly your area of expertise. But what I'll give you as kind of the last little tidbit of the night is that you piece together a story of what has apparently happened. It went to the edge of the roof. You could see a sort of flash of some kind of like illusion magic, though it seems to itself be like diffused with a certain amount of illusion magic. It stood for a second. The like necrotic and conjuration that like makes up the thing flared a little bit. It seems to have leapt off of the roof down below. It scaled back up to here, and as it ran, the necrotic and conjuration parts you're realizing are the parts that are getting more faint. Uh, and by the time it jumps to the roof across the sort of across the way, most of what's left as you're like blinking and kind of trying to decipher the way these weird colors like work, uh, most of what's left is an active like and much thinner stream of illusion and yeah, like illusion, but not just one illusion. Like a trace of two things happening simultaneously. It's easier to see now that the necrotic and conjuration like very very bright stuff has gone away. There are two concurrent streams of illusion something happening. And at the edge of where you can see, uh, that is part of like what you are losing track of. Those are getting fainter and fainter as well.
Hmm. Well, I kind of got excited and thought we could just follow this thing's unstable magic to wherever it's hiding, but looks like it's fading away.
I think
Would you
it
take
would
us along
appear
with? Sorry, go ahead.
it would appear that the methodology has been more or less unraveled to the ability that we can. What will prevent any more deaths is discovering motivation.
Sev, as you're staring with the like last of your detect magic at the very specifically the spot that it was standing when it was looking down, with your check, I I think the last little bit of information I'll give you, and then we will end session, is you put together something important, which is that the flashes, whatever it's doing, is an active, like, casting of a spell. Uh, those like very big bright flashes, like the way that it killed something down below. What it did here, it cast some kind of illusion spell. Then it has also cast some kind of illusion spell on itself, or perhaps more. And you're realizing that like this thing is number one can cast spells and appears to be casting spells, and number two is possibly keeping like multiple spells that it shouldn't be able to maintain at the same time. It's either switching between them very quickly or keeping them going concurrently.
Mm-hmm. Huh. Okay.
Yeah, I think any any last things to say on that?
Now just relay that info to the party and get discussed in next session.
Any last words from anyone else? Okay. I will banish Craig to the liminal space.
Well, that was fun.
Investigations are fun but hard.
Aim is afoot.